Greetings, viewers, and welcome to Tales of Winternacht and the Tale of Cybil's Spear, Book 3, Chapter 10, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver. As always, I'll be your storyteller this evening, and with me are our esteemed players, Saga, Dustin, Jeff, AJ, Conrad, and Ernie. Uh, our first week without special guest star Briars. Many tears. For those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, you don't know what I was just talking about. But we'd like to encourage you to check out our previous sessions, including Book 1 and Book 2, as well as the previous 9 chapters of Book 3 on our YouTube channel. Also like to direct you to our Discord server to join our community and interact with us. Links to both can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel or somewhere there. Before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music, Discord for voice and video, and Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternacht is not sponsored by, nor are we an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. With that, roll that wonderful Tales footage. With that, previously on the tale of Cybil's Spear. Cybil's Spear, a group of 6 strangers brought together to combat various threats in the world of Winternacht before being caught in the web of an otherworldly entity known only as the Dreamer. Their current journey has brought them to Torsland, the northern homeland of the party's barbarian Jofridir. Arriving in the port city of Riyab, they met Aliona, Jofridir's beloved, who traveled with them as they ventured to Jofridir's home of Snodeskall. They arrived to find the town abandoned. After some investigation, they entered the sea caves, where they found the children of the village alive and well, having been cared for by a nearby lighthouse keeper named Helen. The rest of the residents had not fared as well, as the party discovered the bodies of numerous adults, including Jofridir's brother Ivor and the village elder Herdert. The whereabouts of the rest of the adults remains a mystery, and theories abound. During an inspection of the Brioran temple, Jofridir was possessed by the ghost of his fallen brother, and along with a few other undead spirits attacked the party before Aliona was able to persuade the ghost to stop, just before Helen arrived. The party dispatched the spirits and burned the bodies of the fallen villagers before resting for the night in the inn. The night passed without incident, and in the morning they said their goodbyes as Aliona decided to stay behind and help Helen transport the children to Riyab, while the party searched for answers to the south. Here in Snodeskall is morning on the 60th day of Faderman, 296 years after the fall. Our tale resumes as the party passes out of sight of Aliona and Helen and into the depths of the Rosewood, to the south of Snodeskall. With that, you guys all have a lovely long rest. All those lovely nightmare conditions are gone, things of the past, as everybody is back to normal the next morning.
Nice.
And I believe nobody had multiple levels of exhaustion, so everybody's cleared of the exhaustion elements too. Although I think those all got cleared inadvertently during the battle. So, one piece of housekeeping that I probably should have done beforehand, but Does everybody remember which snow ram is whose?
You know I got it.
One sec.
Okay, who's got
Yep.
Annabelle?
Was that me?
Annabelle is green, which I believe I assigned to
Kiesel.
Kiesel, yeah.
Annabelle's Kiesel.
I think I was Aries.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Mystic is for Zedri, Snowflake is for Alfred.
Ivory is for Salinas.
Hybrid, yes.
Okay, slow down because I'm
Yep.
giving ownership to everybody now that extension works. So, okay, who's got Aries?
Oh, nice.
Yo for dear.
Yo for deer.
Okay.
Very fitting war horse.
Yeah.
Awesome.
War ram.
Briar's.
Ivory,
War
Does
map
someone-
for the warlord.
Someone take care of Prixie. I
Yes.
think Prixie's gonna stay behind with Alyona, probably.
Yeah, in case she needs to go out hunting or whatever, get some fresh meat.
She's going on the boat.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah.
No ram on a boat.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for including the sled that Cybil owns.
Of course, of course.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
She's an entrepreneur type, so we have to remember what she owns.
Of course.
First a sled, then the world.
Honestly, we could have a plot twist on the line that Cybil has actually been a secret god this entire time, and I would believe it.
She's been protecting us this entire time.
Actually been an
Yeah.
agent of the Dreamer. That's how he's been able to keep up with us.
We find an ancient artifact called the Spear of Cybil. Wait, hold up.
Alright, so you don't need to even go down that path.
Yeah, Sybil's actually a living weapon.
Iron Giant style.
She just transforms into a spear and falls to the ground.
Okay,
It's like Mare.
I think
You
I got
remember
those
that
all
old
assigned.
show
So,
on Toonami?
you guys should all have that in your cohorts tab on your character sheets.
Yes.
Our,
Be able
our
to access
newly
them.
newly fonted cohorts tab.
Yeah. Okay. So, you are all riding your snow rams through the fairly deep snow along the rough trail that leads back through the Rosewood, having passed through the area that you guys investigated the day before, looking for your sister. The treehouse took you down this path, but you now have continued far beyond where that little turnoff was. No sign of a trail underneath the hooves of your snow rams, but there are openings within the trees that kind of guide you down to the south, and then you start veering off towards the west. So roughly heading southwest out of Snodeskall. I will share that territory map with everybody, so you don't all have to go looking for it.
Thank
Also,
you.
was there a Sirenscape link that was shared?
I can do that quick too. All right. It is morning. It is cool. It is currently clear, but you're in a good amount of shade, so Lona, no negative effects of the sunlight at this point, as you are completely shaded
Nice.
under the
Awesome.
pines of the redwood or the rosewood forest. And making your way through the trees. Passive perceptions, I'll say everybody's passive perception, picking up, the occasional snap of a twig over here. breeze blowing snow across the somewhat hardened drifts. Catch sight of some small fauna, the occasional rabbit, squirrels, mostly gray squirrels, moving about the trees. Plenty of signs of life, birds flitting from tree to tree, but definitely no sign that anybody has been down this path in quite a while. Enough days that any trace has been covered up. This is pretty just casual travel. What's our travel order here?
Probably Yofri at the front since he knows where we're going. More or less.
Okay. You guys are doing pairs? You're doing straight line? That's about all the width you could get. It would be pairs.
I think on this, at least for this first leg, Salinas would be riding up next to Yofridir.
Okay.
For the front.
Lona's probably going to be at the back, keeping an eye, kind of like keeping an eye around us, making sure that nothing sneaks up on us or anything like that.
I would be more towards the back as well.
I guess we'll take the middle then, Alfred.
Yep.
Perfect pair.
All right. The road is yours. The wind is quiet enough that unless you guys like lag back in the back or charge ahead in the front, any conversations are going to be pretty easy for everybody in the party to pick up on. So you can ultimately have a conversation amongst the entire party as you go. Unless somebody wants to try and be super sneaky and whisper conversations.
So, Yofridir,
Yes.
what do you think that we will find at Beyond?
Hopefully, people to rescue. Honestly, I'm not too sure. Under normal circumstances, what I would expect to find there is basically what we found Snodeskall, but
We're going to be. Have you crossed over the mountains before?
that's how we got to them the last time. It's not easy, but there's a few known paths.
Well, how many days will it take to get to the mountains?
So the
About
whole
3.
trip, yeah, it'll be about 3 days to the mountains themselves.
All right. If you want to talk to me sometime between now and then about the terrain, maybe I could fashion something to help us get around.
Sure, that would be very useful. Perhaps tonight when we camp.
Right.
So, Yofridir, you would know that up ahead, about where you would take your little bit before where you would estimate midday break would be, you'll reach the Yernelv or Iron River and have a choice on paths to take. That the most direct path would be that roughly 3 days to the mountains, following along the Yernelv River. That will also take you straight through 3 other clans' territories. The Grahala first, as they kind of occupy the banks of the Urnelv. The Winterlove, who have the highlands of the hills to the south of the Yuktmarker and down towards Leistein, down at the bottom there. And then the Stonelanders, or Steinlander, which occupies most of the Leistein area.
Exalted Platypus
Most of
asks,
them
where's
are
Cybil?
pretty innocent. Not going to be a huge problem. Winterlove aren't overly friendly. Not a great one to deal with, and they're also massive compared to, like, your clan. If you choose to ford the river and cross the Urnelv and go into the Yuktmarker, you'll be taking the party into the territory of the Gitterstor clan. Those not a very friendly clan as well. But going that route and then going up the Temple Canal helps you avoid the Winterlove clan. But it's longer.
We did get a
So
water
if at any
circle.
point in time you want to pass that along to people and have a discussion about where you're going to go, you'll have a choice when you get to the river on whether to continue up the river or cross the river and go up the other side, or go all the way around to the Temple Canal.
Cybil is laying halfway on the sled as we're going along and letting her paws sort of drag along in the top layer of the snow. And at times she'll just like poke her head down. But Sybil's just chilling in her sled.
So, what other dangers might we be facing? I know we've already seen the magical eating dogs. But-
Madrilda.
Yes. But, I mean, are we to expect any more dragons that could be closer to the mountains? I mean, what exactly would we be facing the closer we get to where we need to go?
Well, honestly, the biggest threat may be the other clans if we run into them.
Is there a way to go through their territory without being detected?
Well, I mean, with them being nomadic, you never really know where they are.
I mean, would we want to chance that?
Not really any other way around going through anyone else's territory. Most direct path would be going along the river, pass through 3 other clans' territory. If we go across the river to the Temple Canal, it's a longer trip, but either direction, there's the risk of meeting a clan that's not so friendly. The only possible advantage we may have with our more direct route in the Winterlove clan, their leader is chosen by Noctalis himself. So, our local Noctalis follower here, Lonan, may be able to talk us out of that if it comes to that.
I mean, I could always try. I'd put my bet and go in the more direct route and cross our fingers that we don't run into anyone who wants to kill us.
Either way, there's at least one not-so-friendly clan, so more direct seems to be the best of the two.
And how would they react to seeing you, given your special relationship with your clan and, you know, who your father is?
So if they recognize me, but as of right now, I'm not wearing any colors, not carrying any symbolage. As far as they're concerned, I may just be another traveler. Though I think we're a little bit too well armed to be travelers.
Hmm.
We could say we're hunting a dragon.
Does everybody have their crow cloaks on?
I would have mine on, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Famous dragon hunters from Citspells.
Well, that's not necessarily a lie, is it?
Well, the famous part.
Oh well, other people know our names,
We have reputation.
at least and for all.
Yeah, here they'd probably laugh at us, honestly. We may
Man.
try to give as little as possible if it comes to talking.
Uh, about how large are these clans? Possibly, more so relevant. How large are the more aggressive clans?
Well, the Winterlove clan along the more direct route is around 2,000.
So
Going the other way,
Cannot fight
they're
them.
fairly small, but they know the land very well as well.
You know, if we're lucky, they'll have known something about what's been going on. If they're unlucky, then they would have probably been already hit by this roaming band of whatever. Which then I guess makes us the lucky ones to then have a good lead. Prospectively.
It's also more than likely that the majority of the Winterlove are along the banks of the river, so if we come just a little bit further inland from the river, we may be able to avoid them completely.
Mm.
Besides maybe a few patrols here and there.
I mean, a patrol we can deal with, or a talk down more than likely. And we're a smaller group, so we're just gonna move faster than a larger party anyway.
I think, truthfully, this decision is up to Yofer there. I mean, you.
Well,
Would
it's
you
also a
rather
lot
not?
of risk for you, for all of you.
Oh, we will be fine. Do you want to go faster, or would you like to take the slower and stealthier route?
I think we have lost enough time already. I would prefer the faster route. It is higher risk, but no one else will make it through.
When has a little risk ever stopped us?
As far as I can tell, never.
My point exactly.
When is a little risk stop?
And at this point, we've saved what, 2 towns, 3?
At least. 4?
Maybe like 2.5. I don't know if I consider the whole Maiden Thorn thing.
Yeah,
We saved them.
Sworn
Haven't
Steed
really
wasn't saved.
It's all relative.
On the boat ride back to Six Bells, I think we can sit down and finally explain everything.
Good me.
Why not just explain it now? We have one hell of a long fucking journey ahead of us. What's the difference between this and a boat ride?
Well,
These
we didn't lose
things?
in the Sworn Steed, we just chose to leave.
Wait, yeah, what exactly did happen in the Sworn Scene? Y'all have never really explained to me, because that's right before.
Giant weird fish alien creature kind of got in some people's heads, and well, I almost died.
And we talked her down.
It turns out that some monster from the sea or some aberration or whatever the hell it is unknowingly was mind controlling people to build a utopia by taking away their free will. which we negotiated for our lives, but it might have been better to go back and kick its ass.
She is a child. She did not know what she was doing.
As far
That
as we know, she
child
could just be
controlled
very,
me.
very good at lying.
That
She was
child
controlling
had.
Alfred and half, or not just half the town, almost the entire town. What was left?
I nearly fought you all.
Also, I don't really think it matters if the thing, if it is a child or not, when it had the entire town under its control, that couldn't relinquish it voluntarily either.
You know what it has me thinking about, though, is we fought off all those sea monsters that were in the bay, but I'm pretty sure that they were going specifically after Izzy. So we did end up protecting Izzy in the end. That's what...
The thing,
It
that was the
has a
thing.
name?
Yeah, it named itself.
Well, we also helped Swansea. They could not get out of their bay and continue trading with all those monsters in the bay.
Because...
Or if we let the monsters kill Izzy and do whatever they wanted with it, they really would have been able to continue trading regardless.
We have a monster in the Slaver Sea, and we continue trading.
You know, we should really pick this footnote back up and go back and kick its ass.
I think that having an entire town and large, powerful ally is better than going and kicking its proverbial ass.
I don't think we're
Yes.
allies with
Does
Izzy.
I would
proverbial?
not call us allies at
The
all.
town full of slaves is our ally, yes.
Look,
We were just allowed to walk out alive. That's not being an ally.
And as much as she says she wanted to help Swansea, there wasn't anything going on to help Swansea at all. They hadn't rebuilt anything.
Actually, thinking
They
about
were gonna
this makes
have
me
us
quite
build-
scared.
They were having Alfred build a wall? What's a wall gonna do when they need shelter and food and trade?
will we helped out with the trade?
We think.
We must catch more flies with honey than with vinegar.
I've never tried to catch flies with vinegar, but I assume that's correct, but I don't see how that's relevant.
One time we had to pour vinegar in the living quarters that I used to reside in. Have you seen cats sneeze that much? Good lord, they do not like vinegar.
Yeah, I think it's the strong scent just messes with their sensitive noses.
Yeah, it's very cute though when they
Oh,
sneeze, but
Very sweet, very cute.
then the residence smells like vinegar for a week.
I'll roll it.
Can I roll it
Zedri's
too?
also gonna take the opportunity, since we're in the forest and there's more direct foliage, to try to forage for some herbs. Season that squirrel meat for the other folks.
Hell yeah, brother.
Glad we have Lonan in the party.
Yeah, thank God.
I'm too busy thinking about the vinegar and honey.
You really got caught up on that one.
All right, Lonan with a 28. You're the only one that picks up on these. Just hear some like hooting, more guttural, monkey type hooting off in the woods. Long ways off, not close by, not terribly loud. That's why it took a 28 to hit it, and you did just hit the DC at 28. So
Really?
Oh,
Okay, cool. Yeah, Lona's gonna kind of tilt her head. There's, some noises way off in the distance. Not a concern right now, but
What sort of noises?
like, hooting?
How would you recreate it? Like, what did it sound like?
Like, ooh, 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 like just that, just a lot louder.
Well, we may want to get a little bit more quiet, there could be snow bear. Snow
Uh,
apes.
Snow ape.
Oh.
Cedric slowly pulling off, just sighs, and then starts coming back into the rest of the group.
Are you okay, Zedry?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it might be nice to try to get some herbs or something inside of the forest, but obviously not if there's snow apes around.
I mean,
Well,
they're
as
not.
long as you're within eyesight, earshot, and whatnot, that should be okay. I think we just need to talk a little bit quieter.
And I
You
wouldn't
know,
say nearby. They're to sound really far off. Like I can barely hear them.
You,
know, if,
want
if
someone
we,
to go with you, Zedry?
That would be nice.
Lonan will hear them coming.
Yes, please. He just like tightens his grip on Mystic's reins and is like pleadingly looking at Alfred for help.
Cedric,
You know,
I need a con save.
if we see the snow apes, we could use that to our advantage, and maybe turn into one later.
But hopefully they're not in a larger group.
Oh.
How big are these snow apes? Like, are they like gorilla size, or
Well,
are
like
they
if
like
we're talking about apes, bro, they're like
chimps?
Yeah, it'd be pretty close to just regular gorilla sized.
Okay, so
Oh.
still can toss a car, you know? All right.
gorilla.
Cryptids in the woods.
What's a car?
Cryptids.
So if it's so low, we should probably take it down so Zedry can turn into one, because that would be dope to have.
I can just do a palette swap and I can make myself look like the snow and still be a gorilla.
Not the same.
Cedric, as you pull tight on those reins, feel a good amount of pain in that hand. And roll a d4. Take 2 poison damage.
Solid.
As you continue on through the woods, any of you that are still keeping watch on things.
So, if they veer off a little bit, who is next closest to Lonan in the lineup? I'm guessing it's Kiesel.
Yeah, you and Kisa were at the back of the lineup, so.
Yeah. Lonan's gonna kind of like bring Moonspark close to Kiesel, and very quietly say, how long are they together? How long has that happened? Because I keep thinking they are, but then they're not, and I'm just very confused with the dynamics there are.
2? Has it been like a year, 2 years since we've started traveling together? I mean, we've all been together. Like a year, right?
No.
Just a big old poly couple.
Welcome to
No,
the
like-
queue.
No,
I'm
like
Gonna
it's been
ask
like a couple months. It's
Salinas.
been like six.
Oh wait,
6
it's not
months.
even a year. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I think we've been together like 6 months.
So 4 months
Okay.
in world. Pretty
4
close
months,
right
A
now.
lifetime in the dreamland.
Fair.
You know, 6 full months. It's so hard to tell when you were asleep for so long in the the dream sequence. But yeah, I mean that's what you mean, right?
I'm gonna ask Salinas later.
I mean he'll probably tell you the same thing about 4 months or so, 4-6 months.
And for clarification, 4 months is the equivalent of 8 real world months because they're all 60-day
That's
months.
fair.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. So it's been like a year in
So
like,
it's
IRL
2/3 of
terms.
a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody who's keeping watch, go ahead and roll me another perception. Okay, and then the other two, are you fearing, kind of going a little bit more into the woods looking for stuff?
Yeah. I mean, tree line if we're kind of like in between.
26.
Or foraging.
So I will note that you are working with, at best, a foot of snow in places, and elsewhere you're talking closer to 2-3 foot drifts in different places, depending on how the wind blows.
Oh yeah. I'm sure there's very little popping up, if at all, from the snow, so we'll have to do some digging.
Lonan continues to be the only one that's hearing the hooting off in the distance. It's gotten a little bit louder, but it's still a good ways off.
Okay.
DC 25 this time, so.
Yeah, so it is getting... Yeah, she'll kind of call out to Zedri and Alfred, just like, hey, it's getting closer, just keep an eye on it.
Like,
Okay.
how close?
About how distant is it?
Honestly, at that volume, you're thinking it's at least a half mile, if not a mile off, that you're picking up. Just the occasional hoot.
At least a half mile, maybe closer to a mile probably out.
Alright. Sounds good.
Cedri, give me an herbalism kit roll.
And I have Alfred's help.
Nice.
Yeah, if he's helping you.
Yeah.
Teamwork.
Oh no.
Boy.
Oh.
Wow.
Alright, with 16, about the only thing you find is like some old moss that has grown on the bark of some of the trees. It seems dormant in this climate, but that it's something a little bit different.
Is it
It's
dead?
kind of got a pinkish white hue to it.
Okay. Can I make out if it would be edible?
I
Do you know
mean,
what this
you
is?
can always try it.
It's moss.
It doesn't.
You're a stranger in a strange land,
Yeah.
so there's not a whole lot that we documented in your herbalism kit on Torsland or flora.
It doesn't look like it's invasive. I think it's kind of held at bay with the temperatures here, and Zedri will just rip off a piece of the bark.
Okay. We'll stick with your 16 roll that you're able to harvest a piece of bark off of it pretty easily.
This seems to be it, though. Sorry that giant tundra wilderness doesn't exactly have a lot of plants around. Who'da thunk? And so she like hops back up on Mystic with kind of the bark just kind of like over his lap.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't terribly hopeful. As Alfred gets back up on Snowflake. But at least we got something.
Yeah, I don't mind doing a little bit of hunting tomorrow, but I was just hoping that we could have something outside of the normal rations. We only have so much of the Magarovda meat left, and we have to ration it out.
Well, we're going to be traveling along a large river. Maybe we could do some fishing as well.
It's a good idea. We just have to be careful about the tribe that lives on the banks there. But hopefully they're easier to hear than snow apes.
Yeah, I mean, if Lona can hear an ape a half mile out, then I think she can hear a group of people.
Unless they're trying to be quiet. But yes, I think that should go well.
All right, I guess we'll rejoin the group.
It's hard to give Alfred the props for coming up with such a great idea when there's fish involved. So
Salinas, as they kind of start to veer off, Salinas leans, kind of does the same thing as Monin, kind of leans into Yofradir. So, have you given any thoughts to what the Lightkeeper said?
With the what?
The Lighthouse Keeper.
Helen. About her.
Yes. Have you given any thoughts to her? What she asked?
Well, I have, but don't think that's the right path.
Sure. Then are you going to are you going to give up your give up the dagger, give up the ghost? Literally, I guess, instead of metaphorically.
Let's try and find everybody else first.
All right.
Not quite sure if I'm quite ready to let go of everything if it's going to be the last, no?
Yeah. Yes, I know.
Well, it's time you guys pick up kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. Can see where the trees give way up ahead, nearing the end of the forest. And you all, also with your passive perceptions, can now hear the hooting that Lonan so eloquently repeated earlier. All can start hearing it, picking up and getting closer, coming from behind you.
Want to pick up pace if we don't want to get into a fight.
Maybe a good idea. You slid out of the forest or try to.
I mean, if it's just a big fucking monkey, is it really going to be that big of a deal, or is it worse if there's more than a handful?
Well, have you seen a gorilla before?
I don't think I've ever seen a monkey before.
They're
And also,
larger than I am, quite a bit stronger. I would not beat one in an arm wrestling match, not even by a long shot.
Now you're speaking my language. Maybe we shouldn't
So
stick
it's-
around then.
probably best not to mess so much with the local wildlife. Like, if we're not being actively threatened.
If it's no 1, 2, maybe 3, might be alright, but I'd rather not come to blows with them.
Well, no reason to provoke a fight when we don't need to.
So yeah, I guess we're picking up our pace a bit.
Alfred, what's your AC?
Love it.
16?
Too late.
As you guys are starting to pick up your pace, presuming the two Firehearts have actually kind of filtered back into the back after they took their little side road for a little bit. But the 6 of you starting to pick up the pace, Alfred, you just feel rock hit you in the back.
boulder or like a?
Not like a rock.
Large rock the size of a small rock.
A smaller size boulder. Sure. Oh,
Oh,
that's a meaty thwack.
Womp.
Yeah.
You take 4 bludgeoning damage as this rock hits you in the back.
Alfred immediately whips around to see where the rock came from.
And you can see several of these previously briefly described semi-humanoid, large, not quite Jofredir size, but definitely bulkier than Jofredir, swinging from the trees behind you. And you count 6 immediately in your view. They're still quite a ways off. Probably a good 45, 50 feet behind you. But you're probably 60, 70 feet away from the edges of the forest. So
Are we running or are we?
Let's just leave. It's probably a territorial thing.
I wanna just run.
Are these monkeys? I just want to know, right? Are they like black, furred, like African-looking, like gorillas from like the Congo, or are these more like a Japanese, like a spring monkey with like the white and like the red face?
no, they'd be more like gorillas looking. Be about not quite gorilla sized, a little bit smaller. But then instead of black fur, it's full white fur.
Cool.
And very thick, and to keep them warm in the nice cold climates that you're in at the moment. But swinging from trees, more chimpanzee orangutan style.
Tail or no tail?
None that you can see.
I like that answer.
Did we pick up the pace?
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Front.
They got thumbs like us. They can throw rocks. I'm not trying to fuck around and find out.
They have thumbs.
Zedri and Alfred at the back of the line, you see a rock go over Zedri, go over your left shoulder and hit a tree. But thankfully, far from hitting you with a 7 attack roll.
And we're gaining distance on them.
You're actually opening up a gap with them.
Okay.
With your lovely intelligence, Alfred, you quickly can surmise that you will make it to the gap before they can catch up with you.
Zedri is, like, as the rock makes it over, seeing that one already made contact with Alfred, he's just going to turn around on Mystic, and he's going to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Come on, we can make it. We can make it.
No,
We're leaving.
I know we can. And he's just going to turn back and say, "Can you please stop?" Before we make it out the gap.
This one's like swinging with the right hand, goes flying up onto to go grab again. Just as you're speaking, completely misses the branch, completely confused as this thing's talking to me. Smash! Hits in the middle of the snow, in the middle of the road behind you guys, and skitters to a stop. Doesn't respond to you other than you just get
Hoping to distract at least one of them.
half its hit points and fall down.
Oh no! Yeah. As Zidra will turn back and he will have full focus on the reins and just like look over towards Alfred and say, "Yeah, no. Once we get to the clearing, I can go ahead and help you with the wound. I hope it wasn't a sharp pain or anything like that."
Oh no, it's all right. It mostly just like a bruise. I think I'll have. Alfred will try and like look over his back to no avail. I
just got a
honestly think I'll be all
throbbing,
right.
bruise type pain. But yeah, you can't see anything. And you guys make it to the edge of the forest, you open up a much bigger gap on them as you're nearing the edge of the forest. Presumably something to do with Zedri speaking in ape for a moment as they seem to slow down and looking back one last time, Zedri, as you guys exit the forest, you see that a bunch of the other ones have dropped to the ground and are picking up and poking at their friend on the ground who seems unconscious.
Poor
But
guy.
you have made it out of the rosewood and out into the clearing, quickly picking up the sound of rushing water up ahead. And I'd say probably Loden and Zedri, you're high enough on your passive perception as well. The two of you would both pick up on hearing like roaring water that doesn't sound like a river, that you would put together as probably being more of a waterfall.
Yes, we'll keep going. Unless we have to, like, jump. Because it's a huge, like, drop-off.
Yeah, you guys just keep on continuing. Eventually you find yourself at a point where Yofridiri kind of hold the party up as to last chance to decide where you're going. You can see that the river at this point, that you're now actually just saddled up alongside it, looks passable, that you could ford across the river pretty, fairly easily. It's not frozen. There are pieces of ice and different, every once in a while you see a little iceberg go floating down the river, but for the most part it looks pretty clear. Anybody who wants to give it a good look over, it's up to you if anybody really wants to investigate the river, or if you're just going to the left and stay in on this side of the river. The river's kind of no consequence at the moment. Unless anybody's stopping to fill canteens.
No consequence. I want to look.
Yeah, Alfred will give a gander.
Okay.
Nice.
Good rolls.
Finally.
So you notice the ice is off-colored. A little bit ruddy brown red to the ice. And looking at the water, you see a similar tint to the water.
Gilfordier, is the water normally blue here, or is it normally rust colored?
Like clay?
No, that's the normal color. That's where it actually got its name. Uranov stands for Iron River.
Oh. That explains it.
Maybe there's a rust monster at the mouth of it.
Well, there's probably large iron deposits at the mouth of the river, or where it starts from, and that carries on through here, and we're probably actually seeing rust.
Or a cave of rust monsters at the mouth of the river.
How about no monsters?
Really
that's
don't
not as
want to deal with
exciting.
rust monsters or the potential of rust monsters.
Ooh, we almost had the chance to.
Yeah, there was
When?
an infestation of rust beetles back in Ashmain, but we actually sicked another adventuring group on that one, so didn't have to deal with it ourselves.
We had more pressing matters with Witch.
A witch?
Friend of Zedri's.
I'm sorry, what?
It's very nice.
Yeah, there's so much that we have to really contextualize about our adventures.
I mean, Selena's caught me up on all the dreamer shit on the boat.
Varelia
So
is a friend of mine, and she's She's also a good compatriot of my brother Tana. But yeah, I mean, I guess she does witchy things, but she's a sweet old lady.
Yep, a good witch, not like the sea hags we have around here.
Ooh.
I feel like we need a whole
On the
creature
sea.
compendium of what's over in Torslin, because you're really hitting us late with the snow apes and the sea hags. I mean, he'll point towards the water right next to us. Any river
The sea hags
hags?
are in foul waters. It doesn't look like great water, but I don't consider it foul.
I mean, if we get you a book, we could have like a Yofridir's Guide to Monsters. Not just in up here, but like, everywhere, really.
I don't know if I've ever
You
written
know-
anything before.
Like in your life or like a book?
No, in my life.
Hmm.
Dude,
You
Alright, this is gonna
notice the
sound
lack
really
of books we have.
this is gonna sound really rude, but do you know how to write?
You read?
Some basic things, I suppose. I can read. Yeah. Mostly.
I mean,
A little
No,
slower
who
than
would
most
have
people,
loved-
but obviously I didn't grow up around libraries.
that's fair. Neither did I. I have rudimentary skills in it. Enough to get by. In some languages. Don't ask me to
No.
write down Goblin, I can't.
Volt would have loved a compendium of monsters made by Yofridir.
Oh, maybe Volt's Guide to
Eating that
Oh,
shit up.
hmm.
Who?
Voltavius. He traveled with us for a little while.
Ah. Did he die?
No,
he
he
had
had
a,
some personal matters with family.
Oh.
yes.
That's a lot less dramatic than I thought the story of why he's not with y'all would be.
No,
Actually,
his brother just went missing, so he decided to go help
There
with
it
finding him.
is. Okay. Yep, there it is.
his family, he belonged to a very wealthy treasure hunting family that was opposites to a very wealthy crime organized treasure hunting family. And where he fell in love with a daughter from the crime treasure hunting family. If you want to talk about dramatic, my gods.
That's complicated.
It was messy, to say the least.
So as you are all having this conversation, standing next to the river
Oh
at
yeah, no,
this
we would have
crossing
started
point.
going left. We would have started going left along the
Okay.
river.
Yeah.
Right.
Directly through all three tribes.
All right. As you continue running your snow rams up along the river, no longer any sign of any threat coming from the snopers from before. As you start making your way south along the river.
So, DM, how much distance is there between the river and the more mountainous region that's to our east? Now that we're going along the river, that little
It
strip of land.
varies. I mean, at different points, it gets down to as small as maybe 100 yards. At other points, you get more closer to like a half mile.
Okay. Just thinking, how we path ourselves as we were talking about going outside of the territory or the usual paths of tribes.
Yeah, you are very quickly after choosing to not cross the river. You are very quickly inside Grahala territory. Takes you maybe an hour, 2 hours before Yofridir would know you're starting to encroach into their territory, but there's really no avoiding it at this point.
Is there a sign? It's like,
No.
welcome to Grahala.
No trespassing. Violators be shot on sight.
No
Survivors are
skulls on a
Solicitors will be axed.
no skulls on a sphere or something.
No.
Then keep it low key.
Keep it tidy.
So,
Yeah.
if we're talking about some of y'all's old adventures, do we want to mention the friend that we met while we were in the dream, Alfred? Like, how did you get another guy inside your head like that?
So, I think it all started when there was the stone, and it all happened very fast. But there was an explosion, and it was right next to me, and part of it sort of is lodged in me.
That's
So
terrifying.
you remember right back in the old watchtower church. I don't remember what it was. And we fought those ghosts, and then we had to collect those items and destroy them. Well, we are trying to destroy an item with a ghost in it.
And instead, you lodge the item into Alfred's side and put the ghost in him?
It was actually a surprise to us, so I don't think it
Yes.
was intentional.
Well,
I can tell it's not exactly intentional.
I don't
But
know.
that is the result, yes.
It's also, you can't deny the fact that it was a holy artifact that you tried to blow up.
To be fair, I was not trying to.
Holy artifact?
I was not trying to blow it up.
Right, right.
That just happened.
Just, the Eye of Zephora. When we were in with the Oracle, she made mention of an Eye of Briora, and I would think it's safe to assume that there's probably eyes all around. But that one is, more like part of an eye, and yep, it's sitting inside of Alfred.
I mean...
To be fair, I was trying to exorcise a ghost. I didn't know that it was going to blow up.
No, I mean, I don't blame you, Selenas. There's, as you said, there's no way you could have known this would have happened. It just is what it is.
I feel like every time I ask y'all a question, it just ends up being a lot more complicated than I was getting into.
Yeah, Katisha was a major bitch. She, like, had all of these ghosts around. They were, like, little kids. There was, like, all sorts of other people as well. People were getting hit on. It was kind of weird.
Then there were these two girls trying to... The two girls were trying to steal some shit. If you think it's confusing hearing about this, you should live it. I'm still trying to understand half the shit that we've seen.
Yeah, things have gotten very different since I left Eagle Fall.
I can imagine. No, yeah, I would imagine that things are a lot different. I almost don't want to ask any more questions, because...
No, please continue. I think it actually helps.
Plenty of river.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what was his name? Brevin? Does he...
Brevin
like,
is his name?
Does he, like, talk to you? Does he try to influence you to do anything? I really feel like we should be talking about this more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear from him.
That's terrifying.
I mean, he doesn't say much. It's
Insight
mostly
check.
just, like, quips and
Fuck, you might beat that.
Roll in the tower.
Where is it called? I
I
guess
just
I'll roll in the tower.
imagine the little quips that he made, like we're sitting around having dinner, and then in Alfred's head he just, man, some roasted tomatoes would go great with that.
And Alfred's like, fuck.
It's
It
like, wait,
would.
what? Oh yeah.
Kiesel, he seems genuine.
Whatever.
You're convinced.
Sure.
You say sure.
His 15 beats your 14.
It does. It sure does.
And like, what's
Zedri and Lonan.
Mm-hmm.
Passively, you notice just like you can't quite place what you see. It almost looks like there was just like a big gust of wind blew some snow across the top of one of the hillsides off to the left. You just see this flurry of white, and then it's gone.
Yo, Freddie, gonna have to tap your head again for any sort of creatures that might be around. A snowdrift just blew past.
No magical killer snowdrifts I know of.
Yeah, for
Well,
you to
ain't
be a
that
nature check.
wonderful?
We're outside of your home territory now. With the 3, nope. No magical snowdrifts.
I mean, if there was an actual creature that was white, it could be an owlbear.
An owl bear.
Cedric's just gonna lay his head on top of Mystic and groan very loudly. The possibility that there's just a casual owlbear out there?
But honestly, if that's what it is, that may be the least of our worries this side of the trip.
Least of all
What-
worries.
Okay, so what is the most of our worries?
Well, if we actually see a dragon when we get to the mountains.
Okay,
Yeah.
now let's take one step back. What is the next thing?
Well, I suppose if we run into a big clan of Nautalis followers that don't have to play nice.
Okay.
Honestly, if these are owl bears, chances are they're being ridden, and we'd be able to negotiate our way through.
They're being ridden. You can domesticate owlbears?
I've never figured it out, but Landrala sure did.
That is terrifying.
Oh yes, they're quite effective, apparently.
Cedric is going to kind of like pull up close to Lonan a little bit and just kind of whisper and say, "This is how it normally goes. We try to open up things and talk about it, but something ends up distracting us. I would love to get to the bottom of the Brevin thing myself."
That's understandable. Maybe they can talk more around the fire tonight or something.
That would be nice. It seems like with your perspective, it's a little bit easier for you to push into things that might have been glossed over prior.
Fair enough. Hey, Salinas.
What?
Random question. Do you actually know how to play the thing on your back? I've never seen you play an instrument or mention it at all.
Wait, what are you talking about? Well, I guess you haven't seen, but Salinas is a wonderful performer.
I mean, in my defense, I only know about 2 of y'all's last names. I don't know shit about most of you.
Oh, loaded. Last names are so formal.
Kiesel's is going to be the hardest to get out of all of them.
mean, I'm not saying I actually, like, I don't actually need it. I'm just saying, like...
Oh, thank God.
We don't have to go through this again.
The last time someone said they needed it.
No background
I'm
check.
just saying, you guys don't... Like, I understand you all know each other quite well, I think. And she's gonna look over at Kiesel as she says that. But... I don't know you guys. Like, I'm trusting y'all on a hunch and a good feeling in my gut, but...
Then, you know, I think it almost speaks to your character that we've been so nonchalant about things with you. And how easy and trusting of us we've been of you to just forget that you don't know these things.
No, I will sustain that there is a little bit of suspicion in the upfront
What, you don't
part.
think she's cool?
I think that you are a valuable ally now, but I know that I'm not just going to be able to sweep under the rug some of the things that I said whenever we first met. I was in a place, we were just done dirty like time after time, and you can't really knock me for it if I'm being completely honest.
Oh, I don't. I just like teasing you for it.
Okay.
Look, in my defense, I'd also just woken up from apparently having my blood drained, and I still have no clue what was going on there. I lost, like, a couple of weeks of time, and then found out the girl I was traveling with suddenly had swords for arms and was dead.
Yeah,
Does anyone know why he was draining my blood?
I don't think.
Do you really want to know?
Is it written in that notebook of his?
There's a notebook.
Yeah, it
I
was.
would like to know, considering I'm gonna just throw out there, it's kind of a big taboo among vampires for, like, someone to ritually take a lot of your blood without consent.
That feels like it would be a taboo anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But considering, like, we do, like, there's a lot of stuff around it, like...
Well, what he basically, what he was trying to do is he theorized that vampire blood would help with the modification process. Help the healing, help the regeneration, help to be able to connect more different things together.
I'm sorry, what?
He was a mad scientist.
So, like, sword arm girl.
Yeah.
Give her your blood, and the swords heal better onto her.
And he was doing a lot of that stuff?
We killed like 8
He's a living
creatures. There were 2 snake people.
It's very strange.
And still one of them got away.
He was experimenting on himself too, modifying his strength, being able to fly, being able to move faster.
That's uncomfortable.
As I said, mad scientist.
And none of
He's
those
dead.
modifications helped him.
Yeah, how did you guys take him down?
Zentry took him down.
Shot him out of the sky.
Really?
Yes.
Proud of you.
I'm not necessarily proud of myself. It was gory. But, yeah, no, he had to be taken out, I guess, at the end of the day.
He did. If if we didn't take him out, he would have continued doing what he was doing, and if not
Yes.
Lonan, then someone else.
Yeah. And his knowledge is lost, and he is dead, and we don't have to worry about it anymore.
When you said someone got away, I mean, they might need help, especially if, like, I don't
No,
know
like,
how.
like his assistant got away.
Yeah, no, she's the one that kind of got me in a place where I was a little more suspicious of you. Because listen, I said we shouldn't have gone into the cell. I didn't think, like, she was on the ground and she was bleeding out. And come on. And then what do we get? We get fucked right over. And it didn't sit very well. She was not good.
Do I want to talk more about Brevin?
We'll point out that about this time you notice the sun's about at its apex, about midday. If you're going to stop for a bit, rest the snow rams, this would probably be the time to do that.
Yeah, Alfred will go ahead and dismount.
Further proof. Every time we try to bring it up, it's guess something just
Oh
distracts
no, you're
me.
now stopped. You can have a nice chat with it with nothing around.
Or something nicer, maybe? I don't know.
Well, what do you want to know about us?
I mean, I've met Zedri's family. I've heard a little bit about Yofredir's family. What about the rest of y'all?
I've got a brother and a sister. My brother, he's a bit younger than me. He's a little rambunctious. Actually, Tanner kind of reminds me of him. He gets into trouble quite often and has a bit of an eye for things of value, which some people don't appreciate. My sister, though, is on the front lines right now, perhaps on the verge of war. And
There's a war. Have I heard about this?
Roll me a
Or an event check.
for an event check. That sounds great. I suppose history check's probably gonna be our best.
Yeah.
You know what? No, do it as a history check, but you can use your charisma modifier instead of your intelligence if you want to. I don't know what kind of charisma modifier you got.
0.
Okay, so
So this is better.
7. No, haven't heard anything.
There's a war brewing?
maybe,
For Rawl and where?
Elmar?
Yeah. Yeah, nothing's confirmed yet. Things are still kind of just tense, I guess. I haven't heard back in a while. I guess I should send a letter out and see where would I even get a letter back from if we're traveling all over Torsland.
I mean, you guys have a house.
I mean,
Right, but when are we going to be back there? And then
what about an owl that can find you? That way you send the owl, it goes to where it needs to go, and then it comes back. Or a pigeon or whatever has good mileage.
That feels very illogical. Like, how would it just automatically find you as an individual?
How does Salinas' cat know to find him?
It's magical?
We
He's
get a
so-
magical owl? Duh.
I have enjoyed for quite a long time having Cybil here with us. during that time, I've been taught grand many things about ownership of an animal. I am not someone that is good at training animals. I don't think that I have the capabilities of training an owl like that.
A wise man knows what he doesn't know, I guess.
Yeah, I'm more mechanically inclined.
Yeah. What about you, Kiesel? I mean, we saw in the dream you had a lady friend?
That was one of my sisters.
Ah,
At the very end.
Huh?
no,
I th-
she's talking about
The wedding.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Insight check.
so it was. I, what do you mean you don't know anything?
Good luck.
I'm going to
Oh.
use my Uno reverse card to take back time to last session to bring back my point of inspiration, and then use it to give myself advantage. Do I even have to
I love how
roll
then
on this?
Jeff also rolls and it's
Can you beat a 26
Well, am I
don't think
lying
with
so.
or
your
am I?
persuasion or deception? I think we all know. Well, we all know it's deception. So.
yeah.
Do you have a +6 to your deception?
At least
I can't even find deception. Hold on. What the fuck? Where is
they're
it?
alphabetical.
Oh, there it is. It was alphabetical. I have a +1. I mean, I can just straight roll it in the. I was 12 points. If I can find 12 points, they got to be somewhere. I need you to find me 12 points to win this election.
You can get the 12 points when Zedri goes, the one who was in the Tellurian dress and she was like in the ballet step, you literally sketched her. And I will take away from his possible deception.
You just took away 12 points from me. Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that we all know that you're lying.
I never had a wedding. I'm telling the truth
not-
about that.
I'm not saying you had a wedding, but I'm also saying you know who that is.
Yes.
Then, I mean, she's obviously important to you.
Yes.
Look, trust me, I understand having someone you love and you're worried they could get hurt or worse, but, you know, I'm pretty sure this group ain't gonna mess with her, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if she's alive.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I reckon it's a little bit complicated. I thought you were gonna ask me an easier question, like about my family. This is really, this is putting me on the spot, Lone, and I'm not used to being on the stage, if you know what I mean.
With how you talk, I doubt that. You seem
it's-
like you're someone who can be the center of attention pretty easily.
Unwillingly. But let me. Well, it's a long story, and it's, every love story you heard, and then she might have died, and then I went to jail for it.
I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but
know,
I'm sorry. What?
If if there were any other questions, it would have been easier. Look, I was sent away to go to a better life in God school, and I was chosen to look after members of the royal family in Telluria, and this is the first time a lot of you are hearing about this, I realize, except for you two. And, you know, you're not supposed to. My father had a saying, you're not supposed to shit where you eat, right? You're really not supposed to mix business and pleasure. But we did that like it was liquor. You know, it was just constant. It became unprofessional very quickly. And I think. Well, I can't tell which one of us paid the price for it. But it was certainly me. I just don't know how much of it she paid for it.
I'm sorry.
But I think she died. So there's trade-offs and similarities to be made. I don't know what's what, but I show up to work one day after a long night out, and you know everything's on fire. There's bodies everywhere with blood drained from them, not in like a spooky kind of way, like the like you stab someone or you slash someone and blood comes out. You know, like they didn't look burned alive. It was a recent dealing, right? And then I find her, who, I mean, she looked fine. She looked like she was sleeping, but I don't know. When your adrenaline's rushing, you don't really have time to check a pulse. You just kind of grab and go. Before I knew it, I'm outside. There's like 20 people there, and I was arrested. So that was the lady of my dreams. Maybe even in my dreams. Maybe even someone who I haven't dreamt of in a long time. Yeah, trust me, that was a big of a shock to me as it was to everybody else. You want to talk about adrenaline pumping? Holy fuck! So yeah, that was maybe the future I was supposed to live out, but I mean, no offense, I'm here with you all. Not quite exactly how I planned it like 10 years ago. So, I'm also the eldest of 4. My 2 parents were alive last I remember, but, you know, 10 years can go by. How many days is that? Let's see. It's a lot of them. My eldest sister was sent to go do something. My youngest sister was sent to go do something else. My youngest brother was sent to go be a merchant. One of them works for the Royal Spy Master. One of them, oh, I forget what she does. So yes, somehow my family has very deep connections to the government or royalty or maybe even nobility of Tuluria.
I mean, that's
if this was a game where if this is what how do I put this? If this was a game where I had the option to either tell you all of this or pick up 20 cards and lose the game, I think I would have rather picked up the 20 cards. But I think this means that I'm winning the game so far. So if anybody else has a story that can top that, or at least maybe has more information about themselves than I do that you just revealed in this instant, I think I'm winning with the least amount of cards.
What are you winning?
The game.
I don't think...
Which I think everybody has just lost. But
it's not a matter of who has the most trauma.
No, I'm not talking about trauma. I definitely think it's one of us. I'm saying that if the game is to reveal the most amount of unknown information about you, I think I just revealed the most. Unless anybody has any deeper skeletons in their closet, which would top this. I'm not interested in comparing who has it worse or not. Because I think we all have it pretty bad at some point.
And I've
If
been
not,
pretty forward with most of my things.
Okay, well,
sorry, I didn't mean for it to be all that.
Well, I don't think it would have done you a service, and I think it would have done me a disservice to have not been straightforward about it.
Speaking of having a hard time, Cedric roll me another con save.
Okay.
Ooh.
I am sorry for what happened.
Oh, you know, if you asked me a couple weeks ago, before we left, I think I would have been crying. But now I have a plan, so I'm less upset about it. Maybe that makes me more open to talking about it after crying about it.
what's your plan, Kiesel?
Uh, I'm still working out the kinks of it. Um,
Well, if it involves a raid, if we end up getting the rest of Snodeskall back, I'm sure we'd be happy to help.
oh,
Let
well,
us know if we can help at all.
well, I think Yofridi had just kind of figured out what I was going for, really, so...
It's no army, but
No, it's not. And I did just spend all my money.
I don't think the money we would have had could pay an army either way, but
Well, I would have paid for a one-way trip for an army.
If we're being straightforward, can I ask a question?
You know, I think we're all open books at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kiesel, I know you said that it's really nice that somebody's trying to help me from myself, but I have a sneaking suspicion that one of the people here might have taken the stuff out of my bag. We were talking about it earlier, the whole thing with Sydney, and it wasn't necessarily just me that did it, but I have avoided, and I just want confirmation, and I just want conscience to be clear, because that feeling whenever we first met Lonin, it's coming back, and I don't want to feel that way about any of you. Did anybody here take it?
Like what?
The staff, Zedri's just gonna unwrap his hand and he's gonna show it to everybody.
Are you all right?
Century's
That looks-
hand is like horribly like a
Good
mess
God.
right now.
Oh my,
Are you what? I have stumbled into something I don't know. Have the
can't you heal that?
Yeah, no, I can heal it. I'm fine. It's just, and Zedri's like very like he's breathing a little bit heavier. I just need to know before I get really stressed out about this stuff, and just if you say no, it's fine, and it's fine, and maybe it fell out of my bag or something.
Are you more stressed out that somebody stole your shit, or that you have a necrotic hole growing through your hand?
I don't.
Yes, I feel like one of those things is more important right now.
Sure.
I mean, is the necrotic hole tagged to the thing that was stolen?
Yes.
Then I feel like they kind of go hand in hand here.
Well, let's
No offense.
and I'll kind of motion like we're all off the snow rams, right?
yeah.
We've been standing here for a little bit, taking a break. I'll motion for everybody to kind of stand in a circle, like come here, and I can empty everything out of my bag, and I feel like I travel very light. I did not take the staff. This was the same staff that you sniped Sydney out of midair, right?
Yes.
Well, his staff.
I just I can search for it, and in case all knows this, I told him I just don't. My biggest fear is if I try to detect an object and I find it on one of you, I would hope that you would come forward first about it, and you can hold on to it. I don't care. I just want to know. I thought that was something that we wouldn't be dealing with until the Eye of Infernus.
What about the Eye of Infernus?
The night that everything happened, and the whole Trey situation happened, where I met Sienna and everything, I had gone out and I had taken the necklace.
You guys have one of the other eyes of the god.
We have so many eyes.
I mean, we have at least two.
Alfred will
1.5.
From beneath his cloak, pull out the Eye of Infernus wrapped around his neck. I've got both of them, I guess, or 1.5 eyes.
Oh.
Mate, you don't have to get off. Can I see it?
Yeah, Alfred will hold it up for her to get a better vantage.
So we'll just like take a look at it. You can... I feel like it might be ignorant of me to think that y'all's stories have just been, I don't know, all hunky-dory and... But I feel like we're finally getting out some stuff that has been kept in some back pockets.
As you're saying this, a rabbit that nobody notices just dashing through the middle of your little camp. And then just like skitters at the edge of the river and just starts running back the way you guys came.
Break.
Was it running from something?
Give me a perception check.
Yeah, Lonan's gonna... Do I get
Lonan's disadvantage. You're in broad sunlight now.
Yeah.
A rabbit.
Watch, you'll roll higher than everybody anyway.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Here, one sec.
Oh, okay, 17. Okay.
Oh, I nearly rolled a performance.
La-dee-dee,
Man, I wish. Yep, still rolled higher than all of us.
Salinas, Alfred, nothing. Don't pick up anything. Kiesel, Yofridir, Zedri, you all see what Zedri saw earlier with there's just like a little wisp of white at the top of the hillside. Lonan, you see a large face of... Oh, Lonan, give me a nature check. You live in the underground. Your experience with above ground creatures is not great.
What are we
But
fighting?
you are a ranger, so.
Yes.
17. Looks like the face of a fox, except for the head is about the size of half your snow ram. At the top of the hill, just looking down, it stopped, and it's just perched up at the top of the hill looking down over you.
Hey, Jofridir?
With that, we're going to take a break, though.
Oh no!
Hey,
Oh, that? I have no idea.
Picking up where we left off.
Uh,
Lonan, looking up along the hillside, sees the face of a giant fox face peering over the edge that is just out of sight for everybody else. Nobody else able to make anything out more than some wispy white hair flowing in the snowy breeze. And two of you completely oblivious to anything being the source of why this rabbit has ran through the camp.
Huh?
hey, Jofridir?
Can we go hunt that rabbit?
Are there any monsters around here that you know about that have giant fox faces?
Does that sound like anything to me?
Based off your earlier nature check of 3, no.
No, that's new to me.
Cause I'm looking at one right now.
Oh.
She'll kind of like gesture in the direction of it. Is it like moving? Is it doing anything? Or is it just staring at us?
Just staring at the moment.
Menacingly.
Does it look
as you
threatening?
point towards it, everybody except for the 2 that couldn't see anything before can now pick up where it's at. But the 2 that didn't see anything before, now you guys just elevate yourself to there's some white moving at the top, but you can't quite make out
Is it
eyes or a face or anything like that.
Is it like making any threatening? Like, is it hunched down? Does it look like it's about to
Just
pounce? Does it look
from
furious?
what you can see, just this big head staring down over your campsite.
Lonan will hesitantly, like, start approaching very slowly.
It's probably at least 75 to 100 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can make that shot.
Where are you going?
Towards
This-
the fox thing.
There's something.
Right, why are you if there's something, why are you going towards it?
Everybody should just stay still for now and not make any sudden movements and let Lonan run this.
Yeah.
Let
So-
Lonan go get eaten?
Lonan won't
So-
get eaten.
When Lonan's made it about 10 feet, she's
Mhm.
like, shoo, shoo.
Cocks its head a little bit, back and forth. Doesn't move. Doesn't move towards you, doesn't move away.
Is there like a rock along the river?
Don't.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of rocks along the river.
It's 75 to 100 feet. You think I can make that shot?
Yes.
I'm just trying to toss the rock like 50 feet in its direction, not like at it.
Clarify
Like,
in
throw-
relation to the earlier comment that it about how big it is, it would classify as a huge creature.
We
Walk
need
it
to
back,
make this
walk it
one
back.
keep moving.
Can you over there hit the broadside of a barn? He can probably hit it.
Are you friendly? Are you hungry? Okay, you can't understand me.
It doesn't give any signs that it's understanding anything you're saying.
Can I try to move, like, if Lonan's here, right? Can I try to move in this way? Not in a threatening stance, but I do have my glaive in my hand in preparation.
Sure.
I'm not making eye contact with the thing. My focus is on, like, Lonan. Also because I fear that making eye contact is not going to be a good animalistic sign.
So it's just like, can I
Just watching at the moment.
insight check to see if it is like a curious, like a general curiosity of like, what are these things doing in my territory? Or is a, what are these things doing in my territory? I don't want them in my territory. Or would that be like an animal handling?
Gilford is gonna be like, give me a bit. And he's gonna start doing the ritual for speak with animals, which for him, it takes 10 minutes to be able to do it. So he's gonna be sitting for 10 minutes.
So she's gonna look up and go, Everett, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try to talk to it.
Oh, I can try to talk to. Why are you casting? Are you meditating for it?
I'm thinking.
As you're stacking those rocks that you were contemplating throwing.
Made an entire Zen garden and it's just raking the sand or the snow around it like sand.
Somehow there's
Zedri.
a bonsai growing already.
Zedri, let him be. Thinking is really hard for him.
I have a 13 intelligence, okay?
He's made history
Gotta
checks that
that.
blow Selena's out of the water. Wait a
He's-
second.
He is
Yeah.
smarter than me.
It's an 8 charisma.
Saga, going back to your question, yes, you can make an animal handling check to try and pick up basically animal insight.
Yeah.
And I would say you're probably disadvantaged
Okay, let me roll.
with your
again.
sunlight.
Still? Oh no.
Okay, well, at least we didn't give up
Well.
that 20 that it almost rolled to.
Yeah.
You don't pick up any sort of aggression maybe a little bit of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just watching.
Well, I'm gonna stand herself back up. I think it's just wondering what we are. I think so long as we don't mess with it, we're probably fine.
Should we talk to it? Zedri will look
I mean-
between Yoferdir and Lonan.
I mean, if you can talk to it, I don't see why not.
How is Cybil reacting? Does Cybil seem to be like chill, or is she like kind of terrified?
That's Cybil make a perception check.
Sybil just doesn't see it.
Cybil sees more than Alfred. That's not a high bar.
I think based off the current demeanor coming off of this creature, Sybil's attentive and alert and staring down, but not raising an alarm or getting aggressive.
Okay. Alfred will sort of like stand by Cybil and like try and like pet her and calm her down.
As all of our focus is
Or
taken
keeper.
on this one creature, can Zedri try to scan to see if there's any other floating snowdrifts around us? I'm very scared that we are going to get surrounded.
Snowdrift scan. Negative.
Okay. Yeah, Zedri's just gonna, like, unholster the staff, but he's not gonna do anything more.
Okay.
Can Lonan try and approach it a little bit closer, just like another 10 feet?
Sure. I'll also point out that probably at this point in time you would have gotten your short rest of the break for the day.
Mm-hmm.
So between all the different conversations that were had and revelations over who Alfred's family is and all these other things. So you'd be in a position that if you were to choose to continue moving, the snow rams are rested.
Okay.
Yes, perhaps it is just better for us to just go ahead and leave.
Yeah. And is it still... Cause...
Do you have any weapon out or anything, or are you just approaching unarmed?
she's approaching unarmed. Like, hands up, kind of, so that it can see that she's unarmed.
Yeah, as you move closer, it like refocuses its attention specifically on you, but still just stays at a distance.
Alright. We won't mess with you. You don't mess with us. We're good? And she's gonna kind of like back away slowly. Not even like turning her back. She's just gonna like... Until she gets to the rest of the group and be like, we should probably just move on.
Give me another animal handling.
Do you do it at a disadvantage?
No, this one I won't make you do disadvantage.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, staying put.
It's not threatening, it just seems to be wondering, honestly, what we are. Not aggressive.
Well, let's.
Yeah, as you've
get
gotten
out of
closer,
here.
it just looks like a giant Arctic fox.
Like a
Almost like a winter wolf, but not quite.
giant Arctic fox.
Then we should go. And Zedri's gonna go towards his snow ram.
Yeah, Alfred will begin to mount.
Yeah, you're free with it on his too. No, he's gonna stay the full 10 minutes just to say what's up.
Oof.
Solid, solid.
Nah, he's gonna mount up. He's ready to go too.
As you start to mount up, Lonan, are you doing the same?
Yeah. She's mounting back but still kind of like keeping an eye on the creature.
So yeah, in that split second where you focus on mounting your snow ram, when you look back, it's gone.
Oh. It's gone.
Wait, what do you mean gone?
It's gone. It's gone. It's disappeared. It's probably just camouflaged or something, and I just can't pick it out.
I mean, all you were able to see was the head and the front legs because it was right up on top of the hill.
Mm-hmm.
So easy deduction would be that it left the hillside and went the other direction.
Honestly,
or it could have magically disappeared.
Honestly, it was probably more scared of us than we were it, and it just, once I wasn't looking, it ran down the side of the hill.
Well, let's take a note out of its book and run along ourselves.
Agreed.
Zedri, what CR of Wild Shape are you up
That's
to?
what I'm looking at. Does it feel like it's something that I might be able to change my form into? I'm at
CR1, I think.
I don't. My levels are all split, so I don't know. Let me look at this real quick. Wild shape.
No, flight, right?
Yeah, I have
CR1.
flight.
And it's CR1.
Oh yeah, CR1.
No, it would be outside of your range.
No! If only I was circle of the moon.
But those Snopers, you could.
The Snopers? The apes?
Yep,
Monkeys?
the white apes. They're only CR half.
Okay. I don't
We
need
gotta
to
kick
do
their
it.
ass, man. Come on.
Monkey.
We're conserving resources
Yes.
and time.
We all mount our snow rims.
Alright. As your conversation is interrupted by the arrival of this huge beast, decide it's time to move along and head on to the afternoon leg of your travel for the day, continuing along the river, in between the river and the hills to the east. Relatively quiet. Occasional small game. You get plenty of opportunity going right alongside the river that at any point in time you guys need to fill water skins or anything like that, as long as you're okay with the rusty colored water.
Can we discern if the rusty colored water is safe to drink?
You can give a nature check.
Am I good at nature?
Well, you're intelligent, so that automatically puts you at a pretty good leg up on any of those.
Oh, it is intelligence. That's wonderful.
And you
That's
nat 20 it,
wonderful.
so
Yes.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
I'm not sure why it did missed opportunity.
I don't know.
Interesting critical fail on a nat 20, but whatever.
And it says medicine check.
Yeah, interesting. All right, with a 24 on the nature check, wouldn't be harmful to drink in small quantities. Wouldn't be something you'd want to make as a regular part of your diet. But in small quantities, it shouldn't cause you any major dysfunctions.
Alright, so don't go, like, drinking the entire river.
It's got a bitter metallic taste to it. Not totally unacceptable, but surprisingly, in comparison to most river water that you've probably ever consumed, it's about as clean as you've ever had.
Interesting.
Can Lonan summon folk and have
Sure.
folk keep an eye out for if that white fox creature appears again.
Sure. Is Folk gonna go up into the hills or stay down with you?
She'll kind of be like, staying like kind of in Lonan's sight range, but like kind of circle closer towards the hills.
Okay. Yeah, so these hills are rock covered in places, not like full on mountain, that there's spots of dirt versus rock or spots of snow versus rock in different places. Something you could pretty easily, Dustin could pretty easily pick his way through it without any issue and climb up this thing like it's nothing. It'd be boring.
Call that a
But
hike.
it is still not like just taking an average walk up the side of the hill. It's, you got to pick your way through the rocks to finding where's the good places and which rocks are going to just roll down as boulders on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So Folk's going part way up there.
Mm-hmm.
Have Folk make an acrobatics.
Acrobatics. Alright. Well, she's flying, so does she...
Or if you want to have just, she's going to constantly fly, then yeah, you wouldn't need to do that.
Yeah, she's gonna be, like, staying in the air.
Okay.
Oh, or sea conquer.
To continue your journey, does anybody pick back up with the conversations?
Zidri is going to heal Alfred, because that is something that he said he was going to do earlier.
Okay.
Zidri, I promise I'm okay. It's just gonna be a kind of a nasty bruise, but
Right, but I mean, if we keep on running into things, it's just better. It's really nothing, and Zidri will go ahead and put his hands, heal him for 6.
okay. Well, thank you. You're doing all right though. How's your hand?
Oh, I probably need to just fix it up again. That's all.
Do you want me to take a look at it?
I mean, it's fine. Maybe at camp tonight we can. But in the meantime, I'll be fine. And Zitri's going to try to balance on top of the snow ram and give himself acupuncture again to try to reduce the swelling.
Yep.
Zedri,
I was stretching. I didn't mean to cut you off in your
Okay.
conversation.
Zedri, I don't know much about medicine, but that looks infected.
Right. Yeah, no, it probably is. It's not too big of a deal, though. I can just handle it.
How long has
How long is what?
this a new thing?
Yeah, it's a bit of a development, but I'm trying to siphon off whatever's in my hand. The whole symbol thing that got kind of stuck when my hand kind of smoked on top of that staff, which I have not forgotten about, and he's just going to gesture around to everybody. I still would like to resolve that.
You know, I was starting to feel quite uncomfortable by kicking this proverbial can down the snowy road.
I mean, who took it? Just y'all just admit it.
Well, it's
Well-
not confirmed that somebody took it. I just want to quiet any doubts that I have.
Well, if we use deductive reasoning, it couldn't have been Zedri. And it couldn't have been me. Because me and Zedri have talked about this, I think, prior. And I don't think it could have been Lonan.
I didn't even know about it until today.
I don't even know if
Until
you were
30
conscious.
minutes ago, actually.
So that leaves 3 suspects. So we've narrowed it down to at least half the party might have taken it, Zedri. If it was taken at all.
I'm not very sneaky. I don't see a way I could have. Plus, I see no reason to have the staff.
No, I don't have it.
What could we even do with it?
Destroy it and hide it and keep it for its secret powers? What couldn't you do with it? I mean,
mean-
burn a hole through your fucking hand.
It was broken.
No offense.
Where did y'all find it anyway? What was it?
Right, so remember we
It
talked
was-
about Maidenthorn? There was a giant necromancer that rode on top of a giant, like, ghastly dragon, and we kind of, like, tried to eliminate him, and yeah.
A
That was
necromancer.
Airguard, but yes, a necromancer staff.
Lonan kinda like... Y'all think she's pale? She goes white at the mention of a necromancer. Oh. That's... Ooh, that's blasphemous. That... Not you guys, that person, the necromancer.
Yeah, what's more
Yes.
blasphemous? The fact that there was one, or the fact that that's been one of many we found?
The fact
Well,
that
I'm
they
not sure.
exist.
I'm not sure that two of them is many, but sure.
I'm sorry, but I didn't realize there were necromancers about, especially 2 of them.
Well, 2 dead ones now.
I mean, it's an affront to all the gods, but to mess with the balance of death is grievous.
Yeah, but they're dead, so, I mean, no more wrongdoing.
About the wrongdoing, it's about the other souls they would have affected.
Mm.
I have parts of a gem, too. Had a little bit of necromancy left to it. Vault, the one that we were talking about earlier. He was the one who found it during the whole thing.
I mean, I have no interest in dealing with anything that is that much of an affront to Noctalis. Other than kicking its ass, but...
Agreed. Well, the bow's wrapped on that one, I guess. Thank you.
Of course.
Could it have just maybe disintegrated? You said it was broken anyway. Maybe for the best.
Maybe. I don't know if it interacted with something else in the bag of holding. I keep a pretty solid inventory of the things that we have. So it just kind of threw me for a loop a little bit.
No, I understand.
Well, what's stopping us to locate this object, and is it the fear of not knowing? Well, it's definitely the fear of knowing where it is.
Right, but I mean, if we're out here in Torsland, I highly doubt that if I did any detection magic that it would ping around here. Cybil, and he'll look over at Cybil on the sled. I don't think that you took it either.
We'll just like cocks her head at a 15-degree angle.
Goes back to doggy paddling in the snow.
Yeah.
Aw.
Off the back of the sled.
So,
Guys keep moving along
yeah.
as the sun gets lower in the sky. Not quite to in danger of sunset and needing to make camp yet, but just making its progress. Occasionally, there'll be a few pebbles or rocks will go sliding down the side of the hill. Click, clack.
Does Folk notice anything?
With a passive perception of 12, no.
Hmm.
Nothing really alerts you to anything as you go. If you want to specifically look, you can roll a perception check, but you'll be disadvantaged.
Well, Lonan would be. Would Folk be?
Folk wouldn't be, but Folk's only got a +2, so.
Yeah. Folk is the one flying around, so. I mean,
You're welcome to.
I'm gonna make Lonan's gonna make a perception check just to make sure that nothing else is like following us, even though it is at a disadvantage. And I rolled double 5s anyway, so.
Don't notice anything.
Okay.
You continue to pass the time. Hour grows later, and you start getting to the point where you need to be thinking about finding a campsite of some sort and what you're going to do for the evening. The one nice comfort that has been along this entire trip is there's been no sign whatsoever of the McGrovda. That hopefully those have been left back on the other side of the hills.
Took the words right out of my mouth. You know, we've been very fortunate to not have any like encounters lately.
Yes.
None of the clans. No actual aggressive beasts.
It would have been cool to fight at least one of them.
Better to leave them to their own devices.
Plus, we need to keep moving as much as possible.
If you feel like your bloodlust is peaking, Kiesel, we're probably going to have to do at least some minor hunting in order to get enough materials to make it all the way.
There's not usually a challenge in hunting, and it's not bloodlust. I think it's just boredom.
I mean,
Hunting
hitting
can
this...
definitely- Go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, hunting can definitely ease some boredom.
I think you could probably throw a dagger at a squirrel.
I know I can throw a dagger at a squirrel.
Are you sure? I want you to prove it.
No, just the other couple weeks ago, I tore something, I think, on my shoulder, and it's just not been the same since, so...
Oh, I can help.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
no, it just looked like it really hurt when you did the Emperor Puncher thing. Don't patronize me, come on. You know what I mean.
Lonan is going to, like, reach over and lightly punch Kiesel on the arm.
I want to be a dick about it. Can I try to dodge using athletics?
Fall off your snow ram if you mess around.
I'm trying to dodge it, I would say you're probably dex saving.
Dex saving.
Can Bonin just like try to hit him?
Just
Yeah.
just make an unarmed strike.
Yeah,
Yep.
just knock him.
See, where is unarmed strike? It's what, strength modifier, right?
Like a D4 plus your strength mod.
That's no.
Yeah, D20 plus your strength mod to
Yeah.
attack.
Oh, son of a bitch. I need to roll at least a 13.
You
Oh.
made it.
I'll just very easily just kind of dodge the incoming strike without losing balance on my snow ram.
Asshole.
Aim higher.
All right, all of you, as you are seeing the sun start to get low over the hills to the east, or to the west, sorry, on the other side of the river. Everybody with, let's see, Yofredir, Lonin, Sedri, all notice up ahead in the hills on that things have been popping up over the top of. You see, not too far up off of the path that you're following along, maybe about 10, 12 feet up on the hillside, there is what appears to be a little bit of a outcropping in a cave.
Lonan will point it out to the rest of the group.
Seems like a good enough spot. Plenty of shelter and cover.
Agreed.
We just need to make sure to clear it out.
Hey,
Alright.
Yofredir. Which one was the clan that's Noctalis worshippers?
That was the Winterlove. We should run into them a bit more south.
I know when we were in Skeletville, there was some mention of vampire clans. Is that one of them?
They're predominantly vampires, yes.
They're probably more active at night, so when we're in their territory, it'll probably actually be pretty easy to avoid them.
Well, I sure hope so.
I was just thinking about that. To the cave!
To the
So
cave.
one thing you observe about this cave, there's a pretty easy path to get to it, but doesn't look like something you're going to probably want to stack a bunch of snow rams in.
It's clear though, right? There's no
You
one
want to go check it
inhabiting
out? Somebody want to go check it out?
Yeah, we might want to take a look at that. I volunteered myself out of bloodlust.
Right. Only
But if anybody would like to join me,
I'll come check out the cave with you.
Yeah, I'll come with you.
Okay, you three going, the other three sticking with the snow rams.
Mm-hmm.
Cybil staying with the snow rams or going along?
With the snow rams.
Okay. Got it made riding on that sled. Just keep it easy.
It's like she's been in one spot for so long that it's sort of like bowing in that area. It's created
Already?
like
All right, Kiesel, Yofredir, and Alfred, you make your way up the side of the hill. You guys can give me athletics or acrobatics checks. It is not a high DC, but
nice.
all right, solid rolls. So you all just make it look easy. The rest of them are going to be maybe a little bit overly confident that this looks really easy going up the side of this hill. As the three of you make your way up into this cave, looking inside, looks pretty dark, but there is a little bit of light deep within the cave.
Alfred will go ahead and produce a flame at least, so we can get a little
Okay.
bit better vantage.
I'll grab one of the torches from my backpack and light it over the flame that he just lit in his palm.
Alfred will just look at Kiesel, look at the
What?
camera.
What? I'll get my fucking tinderbox out if you've got,
No, you're right. It's sensible.
Do you want me to ask next time?
It just took me by surprise. That's it.
I'll ask next time.
All right, we
Guess we should
venture in.
check out the light further down in the cave.
Who's leading the way?
Assuming
I'll
I'm the
lead.
one that has a light.
I'll
Alfred
lead the
will
way. I volunteered myself.
Okay.
As you push your way into this dark cave, disappearing from the view of the other three, walking slowly across the stone.
As we enter, Alfred will go ahead and get his arcane firearm out.
Okay.
A ballista.
Making your way into the cave, your light eventually seems to be casting onto whatever light you were seeing from the entrance. As you get closer, you notice that light's got a little bit of a flicker. And amongst the three of you, I believe Jofrider has the highest passive.
Mine's 11.
But if you all want to be
13.
perception rolling, you certainly can.
Can I keep my 15? From my passive?
You're at the back of the line without a light source, so that's fine. If you want to just be passively while they're
Yep.
actively.
I'll just stick with the passive.
Dude, the
Damn,
fucking nat
Alfred and
20
those
there.
Come
Fiction.
on, Alfred.
For the rest of us.
So Alfred, with your 23, you pick up the sound of a fire, like a campfire.
Guys,
And combining that with the light you see and the little bit of a flicker there is to the light, you think that this campfire is just like casting a little bit of a shadow against the wall and that there's a bend in the cave up ahead.
in a kind of low voice, Alfred will go, guys, I think there's someone already in this cave. There's, I think, a campfire ahead.
Put out your lights. Let's hope it's not many someone's.
You don't have to be so sneaky out there.
Oh, fuck.
Heard you coming when you entered the cave.
Oh, that makes sense. It is the cave.
I bet. Do you own this cave?
I've never really known much about owning property, but I suppose I've lived here 40 years, so guess that's as good an ownership as anything.
Oh, well.
You're welcome to
With-
come on in.
Oh, okay.
Alfred will walk around the bend.
We're just looking place to hole up for the night. We're traveling south. We got 3 more waiting outside.
Right. Hi there. My name is Alfred A. Yates. I'm from Eagle Fall. What's your name?
Yeah, turning the corner and actually getting up to where this voice is coming from. You see a very elderly catfolk man with a weeping willow of a mohawk that is just like can't stay straight up anymore. It just kind of like wanes to the side and is thinning. of Merlot-colored hair against very blah, off-white fur. That's patchy in places. Looks like this guy's had a fairly rough life.
He's on his ninth.
What's that?
He's on his ninth.
Yeah. Just wearing simple, thick clothing, and then a big, what looks like a bear skin rug over top to keep him warm. Sitting by the fire and seems to be cooking something over the fire. Looks like probably a small rabbit or something else similar sized quadruped. Seems to be putting a very specific attention to detail with sprinkling some spices and things over top of it. Just kind of welcoming look. And as you introduce yourself, Alfred,
Sticking my hand out.
brushes off what he's got on his hands, wipes it on his shirt quick, sticks his paw out for you. Nice to meet you. I'm Slor. This is, I suppose, Slor's cave. I guess since I own it.
Well, I'm Gabriel. This is Diesel.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Well, Mr. Slor, as we were talking, my compatriots and I were wondering if we could take residence in this cave.
Just for the night.
Don't suppose why not? Don't have a whole lot of company. Always nice to have some people to talk to. Why not? Might need to get a little bit more food. I don't see you look like some pretty big, strapping young individuals. This one rabbit's not going to go very far.
We've got rations covered.
And if not, I'm sure we could hunt and find more.
Oh, if you got some fresh meat, I can whip something up. Made this great stew a few months back. I think I could probably replicate it.
Well, we were just finding a place to stay, so I think we're going out to hunt soon.
Whatever you bring back, enjoy the challenge. I can fix something up.
Okay, well, thank you. We really appreciate the hospitality.
Suppose we'll look at the others.
Oh, I'll come with you. He goes, and just like you hear like every bone in his body creak as he gets up, just like stretching out and getting
I
everything
don't
back in
know
place.
if that's necessary. It's kind of difficult getting up and down the cliffside.
I've been doing it for years. It's not a problem. And he's already heading down towards the cave entrance.
Yeah, we'll follow.
Yeah.
As the three of you that are sitting outside or standing outside catch view of this random cat folk coming back out of the cave after your friends went in, and a moment later your friends following behind.
First thing I see is him walk out with some blood smears on the front from the rabbit earlier.
Yeah.
Is that a
Some grease stains. It's
Bad the gods, they found somebody.
Right? I mean,
You're just trying to wave up.
Alfred goes in, normally a friend comes out. And Zidri will head over.
See, why not? Loner will follow.
Alright.
Slor just keeps
Yeah,
on continuing on down the hill to go meet these new people.
I'm sure this will not end badly.
How did last time you met a stranger who was being friendly to you?
We found you. Oh wait, I'm not there.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
no, that's what Slingers would say. Yeah, we found a mad scientist in the woods.
That stranger's just a friend you haven't met yet.
Shouldn't have asked the question then.
he shouts from far away that don't expect that he would be hearing your conversation.
He is a cat.
Good evening, sir.
You the hunter? They said you're
I-
going to be hunting.
I can. Certainly can.
All right. Suppose we need. I got one rabbit going. This one looks like he could eat two alone.
Yeah,
Let's
hey
see what we can
guys.
scrounge up.
This is Mr. Slore.
Just Slore. I don't know what this Mister is.
Sorry, it's just a habit. Well, this is Slore. He's been kind enough to let us stay in his cave tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, it's very, very hospitable.
yes.
We have some bark fungi too. I don't know if that would help at all with this stuff.
Let me see.
Okay. Is it
Just
real?
comes over. It's like has his hands out,
He'll,
like right up next to you. No personal space.
I'll hand over the bark. He'll use it actually instead of handing it over like long or wide ways. He'll hand it over long ways so that it keeps separation between the two of them.
Rosewood. Okay.
You know what that is?
Takes a claw, scratches a little bit.
Oh, yep, be eating it.
Yeah, not the right flavor. You can keep that. I mean, if I can have it, that'd be great. But
It is all yours, Slaw.
splendid. Add that to the collection. Might be good at a drink. Yeah, try that.
So it is edible.
All right, you take care of the hunting. I'll get. Oh, probably be easiest. Yeah, I'll try and do that stew. Yeah. Let's do that. And he just goes and immediately just starts walking back up the hill, back to his cave.
Thank you. Well, he's interesting.
Apparently, he's been living in this cave for 40 years, so...
He looks like it.
Oh, all right. Well, all right.
He seems nice
Sure.
enough.
Why not?
Safe enough in the cave.
It's fine. I've been told I'll be sleeping in with the goats anyway, so
He's scared of us sharing a cave with a 90-year-old catfolk.
We'll keep watch.
how old do you think Sydney was?
He's cooking a rabbit over a campfire in a cave.
He kind of just seems like a crazy old man.
I'm sure there's plenty more of them in the random caves we got dotted around here.
I can definitely introduce you to a handful back home.
You guys can each give me a nature check. And if you have any argument on why you would know a lot about catfolk, give it to me.
I do know the catfolk language. I also got a 29.
You don't need a fancy.
There's a large population of catfolk in Eagle Fall.
Okay.
I don't know shit.
It's a good amount of catfolk in Snodeskall, or used to be. But you offered your roll to 9, so we turned off your intelligence check advantage that you've been having.
Apparently.
20 years old. Sounds about right.
2 OP.
Kiesel, Lonan, and Alfred, you would all peg this guy as being older than catfolk should be. He is really, really old.
Oh, it's like when you like find like you go to someone's house and they have a cat that's like over 20 years old, and you're like, well,
You
that
shouldn't.
that's a thing that's happening.
You exist.
Yep.
That or the 110-year-old human being that's like, wow, it's impressive, not normal,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
good for you.
Yeah.
But is this like that sort of old, or is it like an unnatural, like this person is like decrepit almost, or sunken and sullen?
See hack, see hack.
It's mostly just he's old. I mean, like he shows every sign of being aged, and that, I mean, he shows that because you'd have to visibly see it. It's not you can just intuit how old he is. He looks like he's for Lonan with the 29. He looks like he's 130.
But
And catfolk don't typically live past 125.
but he's going up that cliffside like it's no business.
No, seems to be pretty steady-footed.
I mean,
Other than the creaky knees.
Yeah.
You only get old when you stop moving.
that's true.
Wow.
So I've been voluntold to hunt. So anyone want to join me?
I'll join
Cecil?
you. Yeah.
I guess I'll go. I took this out in preparation for who might be in the cave, but I guess it's not really needed.
Well, I don't really have anything range, so can keep an eye on things out here. Watch for you to come back.
I will gladly go in and help cook, because we are going to need a vegetarian option.
I suppose that's true.
Tell me how he reacts when you tell him that.
What's vegetarian?
My whole life, you have
I will. I will stay with you, Cedric.
Sure, you guys are having this conversation. Slore comes back out to the front of the cave. Where'd the one with the newfangled fancy pepper grinder thing? The red one.
Alfred,
Me?
make a pepper grinder.
A pepper grinder?
What is a pepper grinder?
No bother. Turns around and heads back in the cave.
Wait, Slaw, I will go ahead and go with you as well.
Phineas will come up and join.
Yeah. Lone will lead the other three off to hunt if they follow her.
I'll wait here by the entrance and.
I guess we'll also make sure we secure all of the snow rams before we walked up or walk off. Make sure they're all good.
I think Gilfridir was staying there.
You're not gonna be hunting on Snow Ram?
No.
There's no stealth.
We'll type the snow rams and Yoker will chill with them, keep an eye on them.
Okay. Okay, those of you that are hunting, if one of you wants to make a survival with advantage, and depending on what you get, we'll roll a couple ranged weapon attacks.
Who's got that? What's your mod?
Don't lick it.
Okay, I got half that.
I'll do that at advantage.
I got -1.
Ooh.
Darn.
Oh. So range weapon attacks.
Yeah, you're easily able to find creature after creature after creature. So you guys want to rotate through the group, and why don't you roll initiative between the three of you?
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Who's shooting gallery first?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that because I clicked that. Hold on, I'll just do it again. Fuck. Embarrassing.
You beat me.
All right, so Keith will give me a ranged weapon attack. And
weapon
then
attack.
Alfred, then Lonan, and then Kiesel, and then Alfred again.
I got a javelin. Hell yeah, I'll give you a ranged weapon attack.
Oh yeah. Easily able to pick off that rabbit. Alfred?
I'll take its body. Just destroy it.
That was a journey.
14 will get you a rabbit.
Nice.
Lonan?
Oof.
Just actually pulverizes it. No. Alright, back to the
Goes
top.
through another
Kiesel.
tree.
I also presume I can reclaim my arrow easily.
Yes, with 27, no problem.
Yeah.
Alfred? Ooh. Misses. Lonan, you want to clean up?
Yep.
No.
Alright. There's one more target.
Nice.
It was close.
Recovered.
It was
Yeah.
close.
I couldn't
Close.
miss.
Should have kept it to a pepper grinder there, Alfred.
Does Alfred know what a pepper grinder is? Is that a common object?
Yeah. Say it would be something being device oriented. I'd say probably would know.
He's probably
Okay.
talking about your arcane firearm.
All right, you guys do
Went
your
over
little
Alfred's
hunting,
head.
and the three that are back in the cave,
Went over my head.
as you catch up, get to the inside of the cave, Zedri and Salinas, you can just hear this guy's just mumbling to himself all the way down in the cave. Follow his voice. Easy to find which direction to go, and don't even need a light to be able to get through there with Salinas having no dark vision. Just follow the sound of Slor mumbling to himself as he just starts listing off different words that for the most part don't make any sense to you. Zedri, roll me. Do you have cooking utensils proficiency now?
I have half proficiency.
Okay, so roll me a cooking utensils check
Oh, geez.
with intelligence as your basis.
Okay, so it's just a check with. Okay, so I'll just roll an intelligence.
So you have your half proficiency, just add half proficiency to an intelligence check. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So
Then yeah,
plus
just
2.
2.
Actually, you're able to pick up a couple of the names. There's some mention of cumin and oregano and rosemary and a few others, smattering of names that sound familiar to you. And as he's just going and basically listing off different spices and herbs as he's running down a list of which ingredients he needs to find. And as you guys catch up to him, he's got a big pot out and he's going in, quickly taking the rabbit that was sitting on the spit over top of the fire is now being replaced with a hanger for the pot to hang over, and just starts putting things in over the campfire. Really pays little attention to you at first, just very focused on what he's doing as he starts to pick apart the rabbit and adding the meat to his pot and adding some water from a bucket. Very easily determined that it is probably water from this rusty colored river.
Very Ferris meal then, in that case.
High in iron content.
Extra flavor.
Yeah.
It'll keep us warm.
Zidri is gonna kind of sit there and say, I'm sorry, do you have all of those spices? Is there a place where you can harvest them nearby?
What? Oh, sorry. Forgot. There was other people here. Goes and he pulls back that bear skin, and he's got this pouch at his side, and he goes and he just starts putting up 2 fingers in, pulls out a pinch of this and a pinch of that, and it's like it's mostly what I trade for when I can catch a caravan coming through.
That's brilliant.
Not a lot around here, but dabble with anything that comes along. I'll try that mold or moss or whatever was on that piece of bark and put that in tea in the morning.
Sure. I mean, I would love to know if you have any tips for harvesting or foraging around here. We had a little bit of a difficulty, and all I found was that that growth. I mean, after the entirety of everything that happened in Maidenthorn, moss, fungi, all of it, Zidri's a little bit burned by it, so he was not too mad to have to get rid of it.
This time of year, not a whole lot to be found. If you could find this blue cups, get up in the hills, you might be able to find some of those. They're pretty well dried right now, but that makes pretty good for additive to teas or other hot beverages. There's a few things you might be able to find. I could usually dig a few plants out of the river. Nothing probably be very appetizing to you. Look pretty well dressed, maybe town folk, but works good in a pinch. Need a little bit of extra flavor to some bland food. Some of the algae that grows in the bottom of the river. It's got a weird. Yeah, I mean, it was weird the first time I had it. I suppose it's not very weird anymore. I usually make that part of my morning diet. Yeah, those probably be about the only things you're gonna find this time. Spring's a little late. Snow outside. You folks from around nearby? There's nothing really nearby. Traders?
No, we're just passing through a bit, and he'll look over to Salinas.
Nobody really passes through. You lost?
So we have a one of our friends from Snodeskall, so we're just leaving from there.
You ever seen a dragon? Pretty cool to look at.
Sure.
Have you?
Yeah, a few times. It's been a while, but every once in a while I'll catch. Doing my walks, looking for things, I'll see one. Been a white down to the south. It's not overly common.
Certainly not.
Definitely steer clear of those if you're just wandering about the wilderness. So, heading to Snodeskall, if so, you're going the wrong way. Heading from Snodeskall, you may be going the wrong way. I'm not sure where you're headed.
We're headed south, trying to hit the mountains.
Oh, okay. That'll be a bit. Probably want to be a little bit careful. I mean, so what'd you say you do again?
We didn't, but we're mostly monster hunters these days.
Strange profession, I
There's
suppose.
there's a lot of stuff here though. We ran into quite a bit of creatures of late.
Most of
Yes,
them
we
you
took
can
out
eat.
a pack of. Yes, we took out a pack of Magrovda, and we still have some of that meat. We did at some point.
Not the best, but you can make do with it. The steaks aren't awful. Don't come across them a ton this side of the hills, but one of you is from Snodeskall.
Yeah.
One of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, figured. Pretty big folk up there.
Do you have any allegiance towards any of the clans?
Yeah. Keep to myself.
In your cave. Good on you.
Yeah, my cave, I suppose. Yeah, I trade with the Grahala every once in a while. Other merchants that happen to come through usually keep to this side of the river. Don't head too much further south too terribly often. I do say around this time you hunters would be returning.
Yeah, you see Alfred totally whiffed that last one.
Don't
just-
tease him.
My shoe just fell into the snow and I lost my balance.
Yeah.
I mean, the one you did get is pretty big.
Yeah,
I'm
we
just
got
saying,
plenty.
the more you rely on technology and less on your own physical well-being, these things can happen. You shouldn't let the temple here go to waste. Granted, I mean the temple like here. The temple here is also important, which you have pretty down packed.
Right, I don't have to go and retrieve my shots.
No, I
I
mean
mean,
that
if I'm
is
lucky,
a
the shot is
benefit.
in the rabbit.
Well, I guess maybe for me and Lona, we don't have to be lucky per se.
What do you mean lucky?
You know, it's not a matter of luck for us. We're just that good.
It's not a matter of luck for
Just
me
that
either.
good.
I'm very capable.
No, I'm just saying though, keep a couple things on you so that way when the that goes not right, you have a backup. I'm not giving you a
Alfred-
hard.
Alfred will draw a scimitar. I do have something.
God,
What'd you find?
we got some rabbits for you.
Splendid. That I can work with that. Goes just immediately. It's like takes them from whoever has them. Turns around and heads back to his pot, and you just watch as he starts to fit them onto, clean them as quick as you've probably seen anybody clean an animal that small. Just quickly, quick move of the dagger, slices it open, and just rips the skin off of the things and sticks them on spits.
Yeah, rabbits are super easy. That's fun.
Well, this doesn't mean there's a trick to it, but I've been doing this for a while. It's the easiest game to find. He turns to Kiesel. It's like, so you the Snodeskall?
Oh, me? No, not me. No.
That'd be the other big guy.
Damn, I needed more than 5.
And we will be fine.
Well, take a little bit. Feel free to have a seat. And he goes and he just starts looking around. Scratches his head for a moment.
Brushing off the rocks.
Yeah, just pull up a rock.
So they said you've been here for 40-something years?
Give or take, you don't really keep track very well out here.
Fair enough.
It's been a
Sure
fair bit.
Sure, you see some interesting stuff out here. Interesting creatures.
From time to time, it's pretty peaceful. Pretty quiet life. A little bit
Good.
too quiet. I welcome the company. So, any of you folks ever been in love?
Yes.
Plenty.
Boy, are we talking about this?
He's got
Just
40
making
years of
conversation?
He's got 40 years of conversation to catch up on.
Sure.
I'm
Oh.
married, actually.
Oh,
Not
that's
to
nice.
any of them.
What's her name?
His name is Arlo.
Sounds
He's
nice.
currently sick.
That's too bad. Anybody else?
I have a question for you, man of many questions. What brings a man of many questions out to the edges of civilization, into a cave for 4 decades? If I'm
Needed
allowed
to find
be
a home. Found a home.
curious. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is a home as good as any.
Keeps me dry, keeps me warm.
Hmm.
Small enough to keep most of the big critters out. Big enough to let visitors like yourselves in.
Oh, you've aged very gracefully.
Oh, I try and keep in shape. He goes kind of just like stretches out his legs and his arms.
So are you from around here?
I suppose a little bit of sorts. Oh, a little bit west of here. Spent most of my life. Been here, like I said, 40 years. Give or take. You! Pointing at Salinas. Yeah. Got a lover somewhere?
Well, lover? Several. Multiple places.
Good answer.
But moved a couple of years ago, so haven't been back to mainland
Mm,
in a while.
suppose not a whole lot of time for lovers when you're all monster hunting.
Not as much.
Maybe not room for commitment, but definitely I feel like there's plenty of love to go around town to town.
Yeah, yep. Knew a girl
Yeah.
had that thought. Yep.
Plenty.
First wife. She was a bundle of fun.
Your first wife?
Yeah, she didn't like the simple life. Took off for the big city. Riyadh, you ever been up to Riyadh?
We passed through there on our way here, actually.
Yeah, she's dog dead. I'm sure you didn't run into her, but
Oh, I'm
anyway,
so sorry.
you over there, pointing at Zedri.
Zedri's like standing up, like he's about to leave. Yep.
You need something?
I need to go check on the snow rams. I'm so very sorry. He just darts out of the room.
It's not very conversational.
He's shy.
He just takes some time to warm up.
How about you, big fella? Looking at Yofordir. Have you got any skills?
Well, I swing this bit at.
Bet you do.
Quite good at it.
Do you think you want to teach that to other people? You'll pass down your skills to another generation?
I did a bit of that back home, but that was more of my brother's thing.
Get kids?
No, not yet.
Get your eyes on somebody?
Hopefully.
You're not Arlo, are you?
No. No, my love lives in Riyadh, actually.
Good luck with that.
Big city.
Hey, you seem like nice enough folk. Monster hunters, all the same. Let's see. What about you? The one with the pepper grinder.
Pepper grinder?
I think that's the outfit.
Thing you're carrying around. It looked like a newfangled pepper grinder.
Oh, this is a monster hunting implement.
You did hunt the monsters with pepper?
No, it's not pepper. It's something a little bit more.
Human?
No, it's not a spice. Believe it or not.
It's what you say. It's the nicest compliment anyone's ever given you. I like compliments. I used to had a friend used to say I was a really good trader. Make good trades. My second wife, she said I wasn't any good at trading. She said I wasted all the money, but always kind of stuck to that first guy. Told me I was a good trader.
Well, I think the nicest thing that people have always talked about when they talk about me is my craftsmanship. I made this not pepper grinder.
Weird name for it.
Oh, it's an arcane firearm. If you
I don't
want
know
to
what
know.
any of that means, but okay. Fancy names. Must be. Looks like nice craftsmanship. How about you? Points to Kiesel.
I've been told that
Compliments. Nicest compliment.
I'm very good at maths tables and one-arm fighting, one-on-one with.
Maths tables.
Yeah, like
What kind of
adding.
table is that?
It's one full of math equations. I've also been told I'm a gentle and courteous lover, so.
Oh yeah, you're the one that said you had lots of lovers.
That was the him.
It goes for both of us. We work in, teams, sort of. I'll set him up, he sets me up.
What was the last one's name?
Amelia.
Yeah, my first wife, she was sauna. Yeah, like I said, it's a lot of fun. But she wanted something a little bit more exciting, so went to the big city.
Are you on wife 2, 8, 20? How many wives have you had?
Oh, I gave all that up when I moved here.
Oh, so just one wife.
No, two.
Two wives.
Sauna and then Kala. Kala was the one that didn't like my trading skill.
What would you trade?
Mostly I trade for spices. Do you have any spices you'd like to trade?
I do not believe we do. Would you actually ever sell those spices you bought?
No, I don't sell the spices. I use the spices. I sell other things to pay for the spices. No spices?
No, I got some pelts here, but I don't know if they
Get
contain...
less and less interesting the more you stay here.
Oh, fuck, I didn't know we were paying to be here.
Yeah. No, I like to use the spices. Made this amazing rabbit stew a few months back. Simply to die for. I honestly thought it might be my last meal. But,
do you want us to look for spices for you?
I'm always happy to trade for spices. If you come across any, sure. That'd be great.
We'll keep that in mind.
So what's the other guy's deal?
We're trying
do
to
you
figure out
mean?
the same
Prefers the
thing.
company of large animals instead of people?
Oh.
Each his own.
No, he's just shy right now.
Salinas is gonna stand and excuse himself and go after Zedri. At that.
Is he a bit different too?
Think we're
I'm
all
just
a
going to
bit
make sure he's
different.
alright.
After you pass around the corner and out of sight. Are they a couple?
No.
Mm-mm. A couple of friends, maybe, but
Well, it can always start anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Did you ever do anything that you were really proud of, but you never really told anybody about it? Like I made that stew, but there was nobody around, so I just kind of. It's like there's that saying, like a tree falls in the forest, but nobody's around. Then did it really fall?
You know, I think I could get you a spice, actually. Um, and I'll pull out a cigarette from the pack, and I will very carefully try to remove the tobacco from it. I don't know how common tobacco leaves are here, but I mean, if you're looking for a
Never heard of it.
spice, well, give it a smell. And I'll have like the tobacco in my hand. It's probably too cold up here for that.
Takes that claw like he did with the bark before and just goes like dips a little bit into the end of his fingernail, that claw, and just like picks it up, sniffs it a little bit. Not much for taste, but I could probably do something with it. What do you typically do with it? Any suggestions?
You treat it like a salt shaker. You could smoke it. You know, regular spice things.
Oh, like when I smoke the meats and stuff, like use it
Yes,
in the fire.
sure, of course. And I'll kind of give a pen
He
to
goes and he just
Talon
immediately like, mind? Just gonna take the rest of it from you.
Oh, please.
Of that one.
Yeah. It would be the least we could do for housing us.
Oh, I'll get you something for trade. And he goes and just immediately throws it in the fire. So you all get the nice tobacco smoke, kicks into this fire for a little bit. He goes and moves to a different part of the cave and just starts picking through things. You just hear this clattering of pots and pans and stuff.
I'll quickly
Comes back with
oh fuck, I won't quickly.
this weird, really dented up tin cup. Fair trade?
More than fair. This is very generous for what I gave you, but thank you.
Like I said, trader always said I was a good trader.
Very excellent trade. Very good
I
eye.
didn't know what she was talking about.
No, she didn't.
Not.
So, any of you named Arlo? One of you sick? I mean, if you're sick, I'd rather you stay out in the entry part of the cave.
Arlo's
My
back.
age, I don't need to be picking up anything.
Arlo's back home. Where?
Oh, that's probably a good plan.
Yeah.
You got a pretty open relationship. Got a nice, fine, strapping young men here.
Sloan turned like beet red. No, pretty closed. Pretty closed. Just him and me.
Simple, traditional. It's good. It's good. So, what are you hunting for?
Kids.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, sorry, my hearing sometimes goes on the fritz. I thought you said something, but I guess not. You two out front?
Zedri,
How's the snow rams?
Zedri has casted Speak with Animals, and he's just like ranting. He's just like walking around, and he's like, yeah, asking about if I'm dating anybody. Like, is he my mom? Like, I don't even know this guy. He's out here in the tundra.
Selena's comes out to Zedri speaking snow ram.
Oh, hey, Salinas. No, I'm fine. Just doesn't really have a lot of boundaries, does he?
Well, not much time to practice your social skills out here, I suppose.
But I did figure that somebody should probably be watching the snow rams. So.
Lord? What did you do to your hand?
I cut it. And he'll put up his hand. And he'll press around the fragments. And then I went ahead and took the Magarovta tooth and stuck it inside of my palm.
Why?
Whenever we were back and I was helping out those folks, their clan leader, she had fragments of Magarovta in her, and it was disrupting the magic. So if this thing is some sort of necrosis as a result of using the staff, then figured I would be able to siphon it out. Even if it gets infected from time to time, my capabilities are well above that.
Zedri, you're saying that you took the thing that was killing that woman and put it in yourself.
It was more so keeping her in kind of like an arcane coma, and disrupting the ether that was moving through her body. So it's just a hand. It's not the side of a body like Alfred. But I can easily cut them out if it becomes a problem. I did a pretty shit job laying them down anyway. Already talked about how I'm not really into nature type stuff, so planting seeds doesn't necessarily fall into my purview.
Alright, I mean, you don't want to talk to me about it, you don't have to.
That's literally it. I'm telling you everything.
Want me to take a look at it?
When you can. Alfred was going to later tonight, but I mean, do you want to talk about your multiple lovers? And Zedri will put his hand forward for Salinas.
I roll.
It's not about me.
Sure. He'll remove the bandaging and he'll hold it out for Salinas.
No. Try to take a look at, see what's going on, I guess.
Make a medicine or an arcana. It's going to get you different information based off which one you pick.
You just wouldn't even know where to start with medicine.
Fair enough.
Well, not the best roll in the world.
I mean, looking at it right now, there's not a whole lot of stuff going on with it, but you can see just from where he's pointed out that the teeth were or are, that there's a little bit of webbing of veins coming out, dark. But it's pretty subtle. It's doing something. It's something arcane to it, but exactly whether it's helping or hurting, can't tell.
Hmm. Well, you aren't going to take them out. I think. No, I was going to suggest this anyway, but I think you should write to Varelia.
Non-starter.
Why?
Sure, maybe once upon a time we had a relationship like that, but not anymore. And owing Varelia favors is a whole debacle.
I think, from what I have experienced, she is a person how would I describe it? I don't know. From what I've experienced, it seems like she's a friend who hasn't given up on you, as well as a powerful ally. I might have an ulterior motive, but she could help you.
Sure. Friend is a very interesting term to use with Varelia. Sure.
What would you have called your relationship?
Well, originally it was a whole thing of trying to socialize a bit. She was very slow type, I suppose, but a little bit better socialization, even if she was a little bit hermetic. And so I went up to her door and tried to endear myself, ended up doing small jobs for her, going out, we would talk, things like that. But by the time Tana got involved, there was just something there that the Varelia and I never did. So we fell off. She had my brother anyway, and you know how much of a delight Tana can be. So I think that's enough cicatrices to go around. And I talked to her for quite a while.
I don't know. Think about it. I think that she knows more than she's letting on.
Sure. I mean, are you keeping in contact with Varelia?
I mean, I didn't leave and ask for her signature, pat my book. But I intend to. I have more questions.
Sure.
I think if anyone in the world would remove that mark behind Selena's ear.
Alfred's here?
Mark behind Alfred's ear. I think if anyone in the world could remove the mark behind Alfred's ear, I think she could.
Sure. I remember when Alfred was talking about keeping up with his sister and talking about getting a message out there, and you talked about birds. I think I might have a solution. And if that's the case, then I could probably go ahead and send over a note to Varelia as well. Now, given that there are enough birds here, but I'm sure there's a giant snowhawk or something somewhere.
I better hope not. Come down and pick off our rides.
I guess so. Whenever you were talking with the group about all of the lovers that you've had, were you being honest? You've had that many people that you've been with?
Well, we did travel quite a bit. Went from town to town. And there's sort of a route that the caravan goes on. It picks up certain contracts every year around the same time of year. So you start to get to know some people in the town or in the manor house, and developed some friendships, and some friendships that had a little bit more than just friendships. But it's hard when you're only there for 2 nights a year.
Sure. We could probably head back inside. I'm pretty sure the stew's ready, and you are probably hungry.
I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable.
It's fine. I don't know what it's like to only know somebody for 2 days out of the year. Fortunate enough that most people stay for a while in Ashmain, and sometimes the ash takes people away.
Yeah. Very different childhood, I think. I think that's why I put so much weight on letters.
Sure. I mean, I'm also guessing that you're a very intelligent writer as well. I can probably fit a lot of information on the page, so.
No, my handwriting is really big, so I always end up having to do like front and back. It's
right. Well, I'll see about drafting up some letters then. Haven't really done much since sending my dad one a while back. So I appreciate it.
And, well, look how well that turned out.
Yeah. I wasn't joking about coming back inside though. And Sidru will like move forward. I don't know how much of that conversation the Snowrum's caught. So they're probably emotionally invested in us now.
One half of the conversation.
Yeah, that's just like listening to someone talk on the phone where you can only hear their response.
And most of the words they don't understand.
They're just sat, they have their legs crossed over and they're like watching.
Back inside the cave. So, do you think, like the rest of your friends here, did they know this Arlo?
They've not met him yet.
Do you think they'd like him?
I hope so.
You think they think he's a good match for you?
I think that's not their call to make.
Well, no. I mean, I just just whether you think they would.
My
Just
brother likes him. My brother
passing the
likes
time.
him a lot. So
You have a brother? Okay.
yeah.
I have a question. Do we see Arlo in the dream sequence?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
He was at the wedding.
And he was in the cave.
So, craftsman, master craftsman, fancy pepper grinder, arcane, what's it, thingamajigger?
Firearm?
Do you got anybody special? I mean, got all these lovers extraordinaire over here with multiple partners, and I mean, I can't say too much. I had 2 wives, but not at the same time.
I'm not quite so into that realm, I guess.
So if you were, I feel like you had get to have like, first date, outing, courting with somebody. What do you think you'd do? If you could do like anything, go any place. I mean, like my second wife, we didn't meet like anything extraordinary. Like some family friends put us together because I was a little bit bummed when Sana went off to Riyadh. But I mean, like when I met Sana, like we had this really cool. We met up. It was really neat. The Sirens, Pyramide, it's a place off to the west. This old relic, ancient temple thingamajig. Anyway, they did this really cool spring festival and stuff, and like we had dancing, and there was music, and there was good food. What was I talking about?
The
Scratches
spice.
his head for a bit.
The spices. You were telling us about the different spices that you've enjoyed.
Yeah, have you ever done anything spicy?
Plenty of spicy food. Plenty.
If you want to know about spicy food, Salinas knows spicy very well.
More than any one of us. I mean, he's had multiple lovers, multiple different taste palettes. I mean, it all makes sense.
As the two of you walk into this conversation. But spicy foods, spicy lovers, you're apparently the person to talk to.
Sure. Yeah, no. I grew up eating a lot of spicy food.
What was that like?
Imagine not much different than eating any other kind of food. It's what you're used to.
I suppose it's something you get used to palate-wise. I mean, I've gotten some a little bit more spicy spices from time to time, but tend to give me the trots. Doesn't usually work out too well. Anyway, if you could like change anything about your life, what would you change? You missed out on all the conversation. How about you answer this one?
If I could change anything? Well, I honestly wish that we had more information to go on with what we're doing right now. Things pretty up in the air, and context would be nice.
What all there is to know about monster hunting? You said something about hunting. I didn't catch the word. Just kids or something. It just kind of cut off.
Well, you mentioned that you ran into dragons south of here, so...
Well, I saw some. I can't say I ran into them. I don't think these old legs would get out of that. Not much of a fighter.
You've seen dragons?
Yeah. It's been a white dragon.
Are they common around here?
Not until recently. I mean, years ago. Oh, years ago. Back when I was younger. Yeah. Here's Jens. He lived here for a while. Till he passed away probably 20 years ago. He was good for conversation. Anyway, we were talking about changing things in lives.
We were talking.
You over there?
Well, probably would have came out here several weeks earlier.
That's what you'd change in your life? You would have came out here a couple weeks earlier? Interesting. Change anything. I think I probably changed more than that, but it's good to be happy with your life. Proceeds to finish putting the stew together and focusing on that for a little bit. Do you think any of you Jens and I used to talk about this one. If you could be Emperor of the Marillion Empire, back in the day, back before my time. I'm not that old, but if you could be Emperor for 5 years, but knew that you'd had to spend 5 years in a hole in the ground afterwards, would you choose to be Emperor?
What would you choose? Man of many questions.
I've answered both sides. Conversations get a little bit circular.
Well, how about this? Would you still be a cat person, or would you be a human in that situation?
I mean, no, I'll probably still be a cat person.
Just it'd be pretty. It'd be pretty tough.
Cat people.
It'd be pretty tough being emperor then.
Well, I mean, I could change everything.
You could make it more egalitarian.
Yeah.
You could also
maybe if I was emperor for 5 years, I'd have all these litters of lovers like you folks.
Or an unlimited access to spices.
Like that.
If you knew you only were emperor for 5 years, you could stash away spices for when you weren't emperor.
He's just staring off into space, thinking on Kiesel's thought. Little bit of saliva in the corner of his mouth. Anyway,
how's the rabbit?
Do you guys have any like personal belongings you carry around, remind you of home? Imagine most of you are. You said one of you's from Snodeskall, the rest of you from Riob, or
we're all from a lot further away than Riob. Zedri, and she'll kind of motion to Zedri. Him and I are from Okaria. It's pretty far down south, and then I live underground to add on top of that.
It's interesting. I kind of live underground too.
Oh, yeah, no, this place is somewhat reminiscent of some places back home.
Oh, that's nice. I suppose eat up. He goes and scratches his head for a little bit as he's looking through and starts picking through the pots and pans and clanging things as he proceeds to hand various pots and pans to you as your plates, as he does not have enough plates to hand around.
Yofir will use his mess kit, which I assume would come with something to put food on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, was this not clean enough? He goes and just licks his thumb and starts rubbing on the one pot he was about to hand to you. Yofir.
Easier work for you. You don't gotta clean it for later.
It's a courtesy on our end.
Yeah, we're.
Oh, I mean, we always been big on the fix the food and stuff. It's only proper to go and make a nice clean the dishes. But I mean, you want to do your own dishes? That's fine. River's just down there.
Rest.
I don't think your what'd you call them? Tobacco
Yes.
wacky something or other. They didn't really add much. Not picking up a whole lot.
No, it's more of an inhalation thing once you lighted a fire.
Oh, I'm
but I
definitely
was,
inhaling a lot, but
Not as much of a useful for like a stew. If you're roasting a piece of meat over the fire, it would probably have a bit more of an effect.
yeah, I'm not such a great trader anyway. That was my good cup. Anyway, oh well.
Thank you for the meal.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you kindly.
Good. Everybody enjoying rabbit
Yeah.
stew?
how does it
Quite
taste?
delicious.
Quite delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Better than Aliona's father's cooking. So.
No.
Okay, her
Well,
father.
You're
Aliona's
gonna say
fault.
better than Aliona's. I was gonna be like,
No,
Get in the
blasphemy.
chat. Get in the chat. Is Yoferdir the first to finish out of everybody?
Probably.
Zedger's gonna swap bowls with Yoferdir then.
He'll eat it.
You don't. Not to your liking.
Vegetarian.
I can make something else.
Don't worry about it. It sounds like you are very particular about your supplies, and all we brought were some rabbits, so I don't.
I mean, I got some fish.
No.
As he points back to, there's a line hanging against the side of the rock face in the back part of the cave, and there's just a couple fish that are still dripping a little bit. Looks like he probably caught them sometime that day.
Are the fish any different because of the iron concentration in the water? Are they like double-headed or anything like that?
No, no three-eyed Simpsons fish or anything like that.
Perfect.
They're just super jacked from pumping all that iron. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have little muscly fins. No, that is not canon.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah, Zedger will just say, no, it's fine. I do appreciate the gesture, though.
Gosh, it's I mean, I don't get a lot of visitors, but it's been a long time since I had somebody go and didn't care for my cooking.
That's not what it is, Slaw.
He just doesn't eat meat.
Okay.
He doesn't he doesn't eat meat.
You could said something. I can make. Like I said, I can make something.
I was going to, and then the conversation turned to other things, and I'm sorry, but I had to step away.
All right. Well,
is he actually upset?
Insight check.
Oh, jeez. How much did I mess up this man? Is he about to go full-on rampage on us?
It's just nice that you can actually do insight checks again, right?
Yeah. Oh, thank goodness.
14. Momentarily, he seems sincere in being upset, and then he just moves on because he kind of just keeps with his scatterbrained, bouncing all over the place of conversation.
We love a short-term memory.
Yes.
Well, I suppose you can all bunk up in here if you like. Find a piece of floor. Any of you folks looking for some company? I'm a bit old, but don't never complain about some warmth. So feel free. Come by my bunk. Sleep over there. It's just like a random spot on the ground that's got a little bit of very dried grass and part of a little bit smaller bear pelt.
Well, I'll take first watch.
I can go second.
I can go third.
I'll round this out.
Where are we going?
Just having a watch, keep an eye on things throughout the night.
We
I
try and keep
suppose
things a little safe.
keep an eye on your friends outdoors. That's probably not a bad plan.
As well.
Can't say I've had any problems with beasties in the night. Only me to keep watch. Usually keeps pretty quiet.
Do have a quick question for you. Do you know anything about giant foxes in this area?
Guessing you mean like the big ones, and he like tries to make about the shape of the head.
Yeah.
Yeah. A few of
They're
those
not a-
about.
They're not dangerous.
I mean,
Like they won't.
common folk that don't know what they're getting into, yeah, they'll probably get their asses kicked, but
Like if you don't mess with them, they won't mess with you, right?
yeah, for the most part.
All right. Just curious.
Bunch of monster hunters such as yourselves, I don't think I'd have too much challenge from them. I mean, assuming you guys are all live up to what you claim to be.
I think we do.
We try.
Well, good. See you in the morning.
Indeed.
Have a good night.
Enjoy your night.
Have a
Good
good
night.
An
one.
invite's open. I'm not picky.
Yeah, and the Overlord will start walking up to the entrance of the cave.
Alfred will
Or
go
just
find a nice
promptly
little...
finds his way to his bear pelt and lays down underneath the other one he's been wearing. Within a few minutes before Yofir you can even get out of the cave, you can hear a little bit of a snore.
Yeah, Alfred will find his own little corner and set down his bedroll.
I guess that's the plan. Zidra will do the same. Kind of midway out through the tunnel so that he can have an eye line on the bend and then the outside of the cavern.
I want to do a little walk around. I want to follow Zidri real quick. Wow, what a character, huh?
Yeah, no, he comes on a little bit strong, but I think he means well.
He had you flustered with some of the questions about a lover.
Yes, I already talked with the Snowrams about this.
I heard they can keep secrets very well.
Well, a lot of them just grunt and moan, but there are a few who are diamonds in the rough.
Is it, I mean, I don't want to prod, but I've noticed throughout our time together, you do tend to shy away from those kinds of things. Or at least get very flustered or embarrassed or...
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed of. If we're talking about lack of experience, or I don't know, maybe there's something that just has you... I'm not trying to rub any wounds in your face, but it's, you know, it's alright.
Thank you, Geesel. I've never been with anybody before, so there's...
Do you think that makes you, like, if it's brought up, do you think it's like an insecurity that somebody would choose to exploit?
No.
Well, you just get very flustered, so I don't know. I just want to make sure that we can still, you know, I don't give out very good advice sometimes when I do give out advice. But you bringing up the staff thing Yeah, that was very big. That was a big, exhalation of energy.
Well, we talked about putting it in a jar and shelving it, but you said your
Yeah,
piece, and so I figured it was about time that I said mine, and I feel a lot better about things.
Even if the status of the staff is unknown.
I don't think anybody here has it. And I sustain that I'm not going to bother searching for it. I didn't feel the way that I felt about Lonin whenever we met Slaw. And it's been a long time since I felt like I could just trust somebody. I still think Katisha did. I just yeah, that one sits with me. But
yeah, especially since we kind of, in a way, have a piece of her with us still. Alfred.
Okay, I thought you were saying that Brevin and her were the...
No, I just mean that we have an eternal reminder of that shit show.
Of course we do.
Well, not eternal, but... but... I want to put my hand on Zedri's equally 5 feet, 10.5 inch shoulder. And, yeah, I might not give good advice, Zedri, but I'm very proud of you for getting that off your chest.
Thank you. I'm, for what it's worth, proud of you. There's a lot of people in our group that don't know very much about you, and Vault was pushy on it, but it is nice to know about each other. Lonin, sometimes I feel like maybe I know as much about each of you as Lonin does about us.
I mean, for as much as we know about her, maybe it's time for all of us to just be on the same page. There's no sense in holding leverage on each other, especially for as long as we've known each other by now.
Sure. You're pretty good about leading conversations. Even though Alfred is the one who's the leader in most deliberations with random strangers, you do pretty good with us.
You can have a de facto leader and a de jure leader, you know. Two things can be true at once.
Sure, we're all leaders in our own way. But thank you, Kiesel. It's nice to see you open up, and it makes me feel better about doing the same.
And just as a reminder, if there's any questions that you have about courting the ladies, or maybe if there's a gentleman that coaches you, I don't know, but feel free to ask. I don't know which way, who does. It doesn't matter. Any advice that you want, I am here for it.
Zidri feels himself go flush red, and he kind of puts his hand on the back. Oh my goodness, I think my hand's getting infected again. I probably need to deal with this.
Come to me when you're ready.
He'll turn around, and he's just like, having a mini panic attack.
As I go back inside, As I go back inside, I want to catch Lonin real quick as Zedri is frantically like running to find like a dark corner. And I just kind of want to like squat or do like a little kind of like sit down, hunch over. She's like getting ready, and then if it's any hello, if it's yeah. If it's any sort of, if it means anything, I know we've had such an eccentric host, and we all shared the same sort of vision and understanding in the dream soup. Arlo did seem like a good judge of character.
Also, Thank you. I also wanted to say I am sorry for pushing at all. I didn't mean to touch on any sore spots. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it was stars aligning and all that, but he actually studied in Telluria for a bit, for university.
Did he?
He's from Varia, so you can tell why he wanted to leave.
Yeah. Education system of Varia.
Yeah.
Trust me, that Band-Aid was ripped off and the bruise was poked at long ago. I think it's more of me just coming to terms with it and being more okay to talk about everything with everybody. With this, how much as we know about you, I think it's only fair that I think I just told Zedri there's no sense in holding leverage over anybody about how much we know.
I mean, I'm a pretty open book, to be honest. I've never had cause to really keep secrets, I guess. I mean, when you live in as small of a town as Muna is, keeping secrets is kind of impossible. I'm pretty sure I knew my sister-in-law was pregnant before my brother did.
Ah. Ooh.
Not like that, no.
Well, you can only get pregnant one way, so.
I mean, that's true, and all of us lived in the same house, so.
Oh, yeah. Ugh.
Thin walls sometimes.
Thin walls? Oh, jeez. Well, at least you grew up with walls. I lived in a log cabin for the first, 14, 15 years of my life. You want to talk about no privacy.
Well, in my defense, is when I was really little, similar situation back in Ishnar, and when we first came to Muna, Draven and I were actually sharing a house with another family. I shared a bed with the daughter of the family, so I want to talk about no privacy. It wasn't until we were older till we got a place of our own.
Well, for our house, you do have your own room. Maybe if we can get more into the real estate game and buy more land, we can have a little cottage. Hey, we could probably have a village of several different houses where we all have our own spaces. Moans and groans be damned.
I've been, obviously it's been something on my mind about, what am I gonna do after, I find a way to save Arlo, and sometimes I wonder if I do want to return home. Or if there's more out there.
Well, whatever the plans for after this is, whatever this is, I think we'll all find out together.
Yeah. And I hope you get to see your family again soon.
It might not be soon, but I'll see them.
Soon is relative.
Now you're starting to sound like me. To which Kiesel will get up, say goodnight, and find his own corner to claim whichever is the most comfortable patch of cave rock.
Can't have it. Alfred already has it.
Fuck.
He set down his bedroll first.
Okay, was Zedri going on watch first?
Yofredir was.
Yofredir was.
Yofredir and me.
So Zedri is hiding somewhere in the entrance to the cave. Yofredir is going on watch. Is the goats as stated earlier?
I think it cut out a little bit. Were you asking if Salinas was going
I
to
was
stay
asking
with
if
them?
Salinas was staying with the goats as previously mentioned.
I don't know. Do you guys think I should go set up my hut around them, or if you guys are taking watch outside?
Well, I would hate to wake up to find bones and remains of our transportation.
Yeah, or if they run away.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I think it might be better to have them in the hut just to keep them around if something happens.
Sure, I can do that.
Selena's, he has to sleep in the barn. Just because he's half goat doesn't mean he has to sleep in the barn.
He can lay his head out and talk to Yofeeder the whole night if he wants to.
I can't. Can't leave. Any part of him can't leave the hut.
And even just like a hand or something, like, hey.
Yeah, as soon as he does
No,
this, it
then
just drops.
Wow.
Exactly. If
All
someone wants to come keep him company, they're welcome to.
Oh, he's gonna let
Yeah,
them
man,
in
just
this
while we're
night.
on watch, we can sit in the hut with them.
Yeah.
We're on
The
the
walls
guest
are
list.
transparent.
Yes.
Yofeeder will lay up on one of the snow rams while on watch.
I mean, yeah. If you want, you probably want to keep watch in the hut because inside the hut is temperature controlled.
Mm.
Alexa, set it to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep it nice and warm. Melt this snow.
Okay, so the one problem with this plan is the specific wording of Lehman's tiny hut says if a spell fails if the area includes a larger creature than medium size.
Okay, so Selena's no sleep by the fire. We'll just keep an eye on the snow rams.
Is it larger? So if you had a large party member, you couldn't use Lehman's tiny hut.
They just let us sleep outside.
Yeah, because 9 creatures are medium size or smaller.
Oh,
Can't
that's
have more than
unfortunate.
9 and can't have larger than medium.
Let's do some enlarge reduce. I got polymorph ready too. Well, let's.
Oh, how many spell slots do we need?
It's night, baby. Let's blow through them.
Great long rest that's being acquired by just spamming enlarge reduce all night. It's worth the exhaustion. Okay, so with that in mind, then Yofeeder on watch, everybody else turning in for the night.
Zedriel is so it's just Yofeeder, or is it Yofeeder and Kiesel?
No, it's just Yofeeder. I think you guys each took a second. Next person in line. I don't think anybody said doubling up.
Okay.
Yeah, I took next in line.
Zedri will stay up for this while Yofedir is doing the watch and just kind of like look out the tunnel, and he's gonna go ahead and swap some spells.
Okay, so Yofedir's first watch, Kiesel's second watch. Who was third and who was fourth? Alfred, you were fourth?
I was third.
You guys lost your trance person, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Zedger, where are you doing your spell swapping?
At the top during Yofedir's watch. So if he's keeping watch, I will, from the safety of the cave, keep watch as well.
Okay. Yofedir, where are you keeping watch from? Down with the snow rams or up at the entrance to the cave?
I'd probably be like at the entrance so I can keep an eye out but still keep an eye on everything inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yofedir, give me a perception check for your watch.
Alright.
Dice has not been your friend tonight, and it kept on going.
Aw.
It almost rolled to that 20 as
It
I'm
did,
saying
almost.
that. I jinxed it back to the 2.
Would you like to re-roll?
Nah, that's okay.
Okay.
We got the snow rams.
All right. With a 7 perception.
Hey!
Briar's got it.
Briar's
Alright.
got it.
Hey! She's able to influence, so she's back in.
Elyona's helping from Riyadh.
Yes,
19,
love it.
much better.
Nice.
All right, with a 19. As you're looking out, watching the rushing river that's often a little bit off into the distance at this point. You guys are a little bit further away from the water at this point. The snow rams gathered around at the bottom of the cliffside. The clear moonlight bouncing off of the river in front of you. You hear just the faintest sound of some pebbles dropping down the side of the cliff up behind you and above.
Yeah, he would slowly jet up. He'd probably have his axe out already, trying to like laid across. He'd have it in his hands and just slowly jet up and try to see what's around.
Probably nothing. You hear a voice.
Whose voice do I hear?
A very familiar voice. You hear Ivor's voice
Oh.
coming from behind you.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around.
Turn around to see ghostly figure sitting on a rock out in front of the cave, right next to where you were seated before you got up to look. Ghostly figure of your brother in a fairly disheveled state. Signs of injury to his neck, blood on his shirt. I suppose we're on watch together then. And that's where we'll stop for tonight.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh my god.
He's back.
He's back.
Let's hope this time he doesn't try to kill everybody.
Yeah, that kind of ruined the vibes last time.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
bro.
It was a nice. The
ruined the
reunion just
vibes.
didn't go quite as well.
I don't think Slor's gonna appreciate it if he goes on another rampage.
no.
I don't think Slor's got much of an AC.
Yeah, Sloro probably wouldn't make it through the rampage.
As long as he doesn't touch his spices, I think he's good.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Last call for anybody who wants to enter the giveaway. It's in the channel points. Redeem 100 channel points. If we don't get any other entries, we'll hold over the entries to next week because drawing from one name seems kind of like contrary to the point.
Let's give it to
so
her.
Didn't
solid 10 on has their entry in. As of right now, that is the only entry. So if anybody's got an entry out there that hasn't already won this particular prize. So Briars, you already won the prize, and Paisley, you already won the prize last week. So
Oh, that's true.
which I need to get address from you, Briars, to send out your prize. But anyway, yeah, if we don't, I'll let that go if anybody enters. Otherwise, that will be the end of things for the VOD tonight. And so thanks to everybody who tuned in. Thanks for everybody participating in chat, getting involved. Thanks to Briars for saving the day on the perception check at the last second
Absolutely.
peak.
there. Yofrider needed some... He seemed to be off without Aliona by his side this session. His rolls weren't as good, so...
Yeah, there's no way I would have noticed the dose of my brother otherwise.
It wouldn't have noticed until the knife came out.
Yeah.
Tune in next week. Anyway, we will be back next week with chapter 11 and see where things go as the journey continues. And yeah, what's up with Ivor's ghost? So come back next week. We'll continue the giveaway stuff next week, unless we see somebody here before we finish wrap up stuff. But thanks to everybody out there in VOD land watching on YouTube or Twitch. See you next week.
Goodbye, y'all.